Alright, now it's time for us to understand what HTML is. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and so it's a language that is used to structure the content you see on the web. So those websites or web pages, and then the videos and pictures, music files, and so on and so forth that you see on the website or on the web are structured using HTML. And HTML codes are written in tags. So for example, you have the body tag, and so within the body tag you can have the content. For example, this body tag has the content that says I am the body, and this is the opening tag and this is the closing tags. So you can see that HTML codes are written in tags. You can have the opening tag, which is this one right here, and then this one as a closing tag. One other thing that it's important for you to know so that you're able to understand HTML better is that every HTML tag is seen as a box. So this body tag can be seen as this box right here, and the box holds the content I am the body. So it's good for you to imagine that any HTML code, that is the tags that I'm talking about, is seen as a box. So you can have another one, the P tag. This P tag, as you can see here, has the opening tag, and then right here is the closing tag. And so this P tag has the content that says I am paragraph. And so you can visualize it like this with the box that says I am paragraph. Now this body tag and this P tag, meanwhile the P tag stands for paragraph. All right, and so you can see that it makes sense for us to have it as a P tag. And these tags that you see are structured, meaning that they describe something on the web page, and then they are predefined. All right, and so you can't just have anything that you want. You can just have, let's say, the Q tag or the V tag or the S tag and things like that. You can have anything tag. Right here I say anything. This is the opening tag and the closing tag, but this tag does not exist as a HTML code. It's not a valid HTML code, so you can have it like this. So this does not work. Okay, right now I think it's good time for us to jump into the codes and begin to write the HTML codes. For us to begin to write HTML codes, we need to download or have a text editor or a code editor. The code editor that we're going to be using is called Visual Studio Code, and it's really a nice code editor. It has very good functionalities that make code writing easier and efficient. So what we'll do is we'll go to our browser. In our browser, we can type visualstudio.com. When we go to visualstudio.com, we'll see this page, and here is the code editor that we're going to be downloading and using for this project. It's called Visual Studio Code. So this is the one, this one here is the one we're going to download, not any of these other ones. So you can click here on this drop down, and then you can download the one for your operating system. If you're using Windows, you can download the one for Windows. If you're using a Mac, you can download the one for Mac. If you're using a Linux, you can download the version that you want to download. And so once you click on any of these links, the download starts automatically. I'm not going to click on this link since I already have Visual Studio Code downloaded on my system. So but just go and click the link for your own operating system and the download will begin automatically. When we're done downloading Visual Studio Code, this is the page we'll most likely see. So it has a bunch of stuff welcoming you and trying to teach you the fundamentals of using Visual Studio Code. But you don't need to mind all of those things. You can just close the welcome tab, and then we open up the folder that we've created for our HTML files. Right now, at the moment, we are yet to create a folder for these HTML files. So we can go to our file explorer. Mine looks something like this. So on Windows, it's basically the same thing. So you can see the desktop, downloads, documents, and other folders on your own system. So I want to create the folder in the document folder. All right, so I'm going to create a new folder and call it learning HTML. I think it's a good name for HTML folder, learning HTML. So I'm going to call this folder learning HTML, and inside of this learning HTML folders, we're going to create our HTML files. So down there in vscode, we're going to open up this folder, and then inside of this folder we start creating the HTML files and other bunch of files that we may be creating for this class. So we're back to vscode, and so we can click here and it says open a folder, and then remember the new folder we created is in the document. All right, and so we click on document, and then in here list all the folders or files inside of this document folder. So we'll search for learning HTML. Where is it? Okay, here it is, learning HTML. So we'll click this, and then we'll click on open, and here we have this learning folder. So here we can click on this icon. This one says new file, and this one says new folder. So we can click on new file and create something like firstcode.html, firstcode.html. And so now we have our firstcode.html file. Inside of this file, we'll be writing our HTML codes. And remember, this .html file will be opened up in the browser for us to see the results of our code. So whatever code that we write in here, we'll be able to view it on the browser. So this is a web page, right? Now, how do we actually tell the browser that this is a web page? Because remember, it's the browser that is going to parse the codes inside of this file and then render the results for us to see. So we do that with the doc type declaration, and the code is written like this. Doc type HTML. So this tells the browser that this particular HTML file, our firstcode.html file, is actually an HTML file. Next down the line, we're going to write our HTML tag. So we write the opening HTML tag like this, and then we'll write the closing HTML tag like this. So within the HTML tag, we have the body tag. So we'll go into that and write a body tag. This is the opening body tag, and then after the opening body tag, we have the closing body tag. So you can see, if you notice, it is VS Code that is helping me to auto-complete the code, and that is the beauty of using VS Code. So when I write this one, it already knows automatically that this body tag, this opening body tag, has a corresponding closing body tag, and this particular HTML, this one is the opening HTML tag, and this one is the closing HTML tag. This one doesn't really have a closing HTML tag. It's just a doc type declaration telling the browser that this is an HTML file. So it's good practice that whatever content that we're going to put inside of our HTML page that we want to be able to see on the browser physically, like the text, the images, the videos, music files, and so on and so forth, will go into this body tag, not outside of the body tag. So whatever code that we want to see, whatever thing it is that we want to be able to see, should go inside of the body tag. So if, for example, we want to give a heading on our HTML page, we can use the H1 to H2, H3 down to H6 tag. So it goes like this. We have the opening H1 tag, and then we have the closing H1 tag. And so we type something in between the opening and the closing tags. So we can say welcome, oh, I can't spell welcome anymore. Welcome to my first HTML code, just like this. So this is going to be boldly written on the page. Now it's time to save this document so that we can actually preview the results of our code on the browser. So I'm going to save here and then try to open this particular file with our browser. Or what I can do is go back to our file explorer. So in our file explorer, remember we're saving our file inside of this learning HTML folder. So when we click, we'll see this first code.html. And so I can choose to open this file with my browser, with the Safari browser. All right, now see that this is the result of the code we've written. Maybe I should zoom in on that a bit so we can see it boldly. And so this is the result of the code we've written. It says, welcome to my first HTML code. So now you see that whatever code it is that we want to be able to see on the browser should go inside of the body tag. So back to our VS Code, we can add more things inside of this body tag. All right. And so let me add a paragraph. So how do I add the paragraph? I use the P tag. So I type the P, opening P tag, and then the closing P tag. All right. If you're using VS Code would automatically complete that code for you to write the closing tag for you. All right. So within this paragraph tag, I can say it is fun learning HTML, something like this. All right. And so I'm going to save again, and then we can preview on our browser. So when I refresh, now you can see that paragraph. It is fun learning HTML. Now let's get back to our VS Code. Okay, now we started typing out our HTML codes. Remember what I said about HTML tags seen as boxes? We regard HTML tags as boxes. It's good you visualize it that way, so it helps you when we start learning CSS. So right now we have this body box. So you can imagine that this body tag, I mean the opening body tag and the closing tag, is a box, and then within that box you have another box with its content, this one, and then within this one, within the same body tag, you have the P tag box. Let's visualize what this actually looks like. So on our Visual Studio Code, if we have our HTML tag, that is the opening and the closing HTML tag, then we can be sure that on the browser it's displayed as something like this. And then now we have the body tag inside of the HTML tag, right? And so now that the body tag is inside of the HTML tag, we can be sure that the body tag is displayed inside of the HTML tag, just like this. Okay, so this is the box. This grayish box is the one representing the body tag, and the outer box is the one representing the HTML tag, and that is the opening and closing HTML tag altogether. Now that we have the H1 tag, which says welcome to my first HTML code, and it's inside of the body tag, that also means that it's inside of the body box. So we can be sure that the H1 tag, the box of the H1 tag, will be displayed inside of the body tag, just like this. And so this is the H1 tag with the content, welcome to my first HTML code. And if we now have the paragraph tag also inside of the body tag or inside of the body box, then we can be sure that it will be displayed inside of the body tag like this. So as many tags as we can have inside of the body tag, they will all be displayed inside of the body box. This one is the body box. This box here is the one for the H1. And this one here is the one for the P tag. So we should learn to structure our code like this. So this is the HTML tag, and inside of the HTML tag, we have the body tag, and inside of the body tag, we have H1 tag and the P tag. Now that we've written some HTML codes, let's actually see how HTML elements are written within one another, and let's see the relationship that they share. Right now on the screen, you can see that we have this HTML tag, the opening HTML tag, and the closing HTML tag. Within this HTML tag, we have the body tag. So this body tag is within the HTML tag. And how do we know? Because this body tag, the opening body tag and the closing body tag, is written directly within the HTML tag. And so that makes it the child of HTML. And within the body, we have this H1 tag. So H1 tag right here is a child of body. The P tag is also a child of body. And now this second P tag is also a child of body. But if you look closely, you see that this P tag contains another tag. So we can say that this span tag is a direct child of p tag, and then is the grandchild of body. So body has h1 as a child, p here as a child, and this p tag as a child. But then this span tag is a grandchild to this body. We also have this div tag right here. This div tag, we'll talk about it later on, but then is a type of HTML tag that exists used for structuring or putting up content on the web page. So this div tag has two children, right? It has the h2 tag and it has the h3 tag. But if you look closely again, you can see that there is a span tag within this h2 tag. So it means that this span tag is a child of h2, while the h2 is a child of div. So div has two direct children, h2 and h3, but then div has one grandchild, which is this span tag. Because remember, the child of h2 is also a child of, or rather a grandchild of div. So they share the parents, children, grandchildren, grandparents relationship. So HTML elements share the parent-child relationship. So they can be grandchildren or grandparents and stuff like that. So it's important that I show you this, because as I code along the way, I might not be making reference to how we're putting the content or structuring the HTML tags inside of one another. But I just thought I should show you this so that when I start coding and putting all of this stuff, you can really understand what is going on. So just for the sake of clarity and explaining things again, we have a structure here. This HTML element has a body tag, right? So we can even say that this HTML tag only has one child, which is this body tag, because this is the only tag that is directly within the HTML element. But then you can see that you have all the elements within the body tag. So definitely HTML has a child, a grandchild, even great grandchild. All right, so you need to understand this. And how do we know that a particular HTML element is a child or parent of another HTML element? Well, we just need to look closely where that particular HTML element or HTML tag is placed. This h1 here is placed within the body tag, so definitely is a child of body. The same with the p tag here, and the same with the second p tag here. This span tag is a child of p, but then is a grandchild to body. This div tag here is a child of body, but then this div has h2 child, h3 child, but then this div tag also has this grandchild, this span tag, which is a grandchild. So it's good you understand this so that when we start structuring the code, you would not have any confusion. All right, I just feel like I should go an extra mile in making us say this more clearly. So here we can assume that we have this HTML. This is the HTML box, and then here comes the body. All right, and so these are the direct children within the body. So you have that welcome to my first HTML code here, which is the h1, and down here is the p, the next p tag. Here is that p tag, this one right here, and within this p we have the span tag. So you see how it is. So this is a child of body. Now this one is the grandchild of body, and here is a div, which is also a child of body. So div has the h2 right here, and div, within the same div we have the span tag. All right, and here is the h3. So inside of this div we have the h2. All right, and h2 has a span tag, so that makes it the grandchild of div. So this span is the grandchild of div, this h2 is the child of div, and next we have the h3, which is a child of div. Next, we can also visualize it like this. We have the HTML as the main boss, as the containing box, as the starter and root of everything, and then within the HTML we have body, and then body has, let's see what body has, the p, body has h1, body has another p, and body has div. So you can see that h1, p, and div are the direct children of body. So this is a tree-like structure, and in fact this is what we call the DOM structure, which is document object model. So this sort of structure explains a sort of child-parent relationship between the elements that exist on your web page, between the HTML elements or HTML tags that exist on your web page. So again, there is HTML, and the HTML has a body, and then for the body has directly h1, p, and div tags, just like you can see here, h1, p, and div. So within the div has h2, as you can see here, and div has h3, as you can see here. And for this p, which is this one, it has a span tag. So this is like the DOM structure of this page we have right here. This is what we call document object model. We're going to see more of this when we start talking about JavaScript and trying to manipulate some of these HTML tags, like make it do something when we click on it, or do one thing or the other. All right. So, but I hope with this you get a clearer and better understanding of the relationship between the HTML elements on your web page and how you can actually put them in coding, how you can structure them to be. So as we type and code more, I may not need to explain those structure again. I just believe you now understand, and then you can actually visualize them yourself. All right. I found out that when I was recording some of this item, the h2, h3, which are the direct children of this div, and the span, which is a direct child of this p, did not show properly. So this is what it looks like. So we're right back inside of our VS Code. We have the h1 tag and the p tag inside of the body tag, but right now on the browser, they're not looking anything like boxes. Let's go back to our browser and see what they look like at the moment. So in our browser, they just look like this, nothing like boxes and all of that. Well, that's because we've not added any styling, which is CSS, to the HTML code. So HTML just gives structure to the HTML page, and then CSS, which stands for cascading style sheets, gives stylings such as colors, font, and things like that to the HTML codes. Now is not time for CSS, but I'm just trying to let you know the reason why you don't see them as boxes at the moment. But maybe I can just show you a little trick. So back to our VS Code, I'm going to add some colors to these tags so that you can see the different colors, and then we can see them displayed as boxes. So for the body tag, let me add style. Let me make it gray. Okay, and then for this one, I'm going to add a style and set background color to pink, for example. And then for the paragraph, I'm going to set styling and say background color to, let's say, sky blue. Oh no, sky blue, where are you? Yeah, something like this. Okay, now let me save this. And I think there is an error somewhere. Okay, and that's because we're missing our quotation mark, something like this. All right, now I'm going to save this and then go back to our browser. Now that I refreshed, you can see that the h1 tag is now a pink box, and then the p tag, that's the paragraph tag, is now a blue box, and then the body tag is now a gray box. Another thing to see is that this box stretched all the way from the beginning of the browser to the end of the browser. That is the h1 box of the h1 tag of the h1 element. And this p tag or the p element also stretches all the way from the beginning of the browser to the end of the browser. And that is because the h1 tag and all the headings tag, like the h1, h2, h3, all the way down to h6, and the paragraph tag and some other tags are categorized as block level elements or block level tags, if you wish. That means they will stretch all the way from the beginning of the browser, from one end of the browser to the other end of the browser. There are some tags, some HTML elements that do not stretch all the way from the beginning of the browser, from one end of the browser to the end. They just take as much space as they need. And such tags or such elements are called inline level elements. So the H1 tag, the P tag are called block level elements, and such tag that do not take the space from the beginning of the browser to the other end of the browser are called inline level elements. Let's go to our VS Code to actually see one of those inline level elements. So in our VS Code, let me introduce one more P tag. Okay, this is a P tag. I introduced another P tag and said set the content to be it is even more fun, just like you see here. And then I introduced this span tag. This span tag right here, or this span element, is an inline level element. It means that on the browser, it will only stretch from the beginning of the browser, from one end of the browser, and take as much space as it needs. So it won't be going all the way down to the other end of the browser. Let's save this file and see what it looks like on our browser. Right now in our browser, let's refresh. So as soon as we refresh, we'll see that other P tag that we added, it stretched again from the beginning of from one end of the browser to the other end of the browser. Meanwhile, the span tag, which holds the content good span, stretched from this end of the browser and took as much space as it needs instead of going all the way to the other end of the browser. So this sort of HTML element or HTML tag is known as an inline level element. So we're going to learn more about this inline level element. We're going to see other tags that are inline level elements, and we're going to see other tags as well that are block level elements. So most of the elements or most of the HTML tags that we have are actually block level elements. Just few of them are inline level elements. Not to worry if you don't understand the code that I wrote in order to turn these boxes to these colors. I just wanted to show you that they actually displayed like a box on the browser. So I wrote that code so that you can just visualize, and then when we learn CSS, we can talk more about how to add all these colors, change the font, and other sort of stylings. So now let's get back to our VS Code. I'm going to remove the stylings. All right. All right, so we're back to what we used to have. And in fact, I think I should put this VS Code, that is Visual Studio Code, and our browser side by side so that we can see the changes together. All right, so we can code and then view the changes at the same time. So let me just minimize this Visual Studio Code window. Okay, Safari browser. So I'm going to minimize it too, like this. So yes, we can have both of them side by side. So as we're coding, we can see the changes. So right now, if I refresh, those colors will be gone. Yes, because I've removed them from here. So now that we've done a little bit of HTML codes, let's talk more about some other important tags. Before the body tag, but inside of this HTML tag, you can have the head tag, just like this, the opening and the closing head tag. So instead of this head tag, you can have something like title, the title tag. All right, opening and closing title tag. And so what this title tag does is that it gives your page a title. Let's add a title here, and let's say coding is sweet. And let me save this and then refresh. So you can see now here on this tab, it says coding is sweet. So that's what the head tag is basically for. There are some other things, bunch of codes you can add inside of the head tag, but for now we'll just do with the title tag. The head tag gives information about our web page, and that's why we have the title tag within our head tag. And this title, our own title, says coding is sweet. This is the title of this particular web page. You should also not view the head tag along with the title tag as boxes, just like we talked about earlier on. This is because they're just there to give information to our web page. We can begin to view the HTML tags as boxes when we start to talk about the body tag and the contents within the body tag. Now we've talked about the H1 tag. There are a bunch of other ones like the H2 tag, and then we can say welcome. Oh, I can spell welcome. Welcome, my dear friend. Oh, I can spell friend either. All right, and then we can also have H3 tag. Here, you can say good to learn. All right, and we can have this H1, H2, H3 tag down to H6 tag. So beyond H6 tag, you won't find any other heading tag. So we don't have H7, H8 and things like that. So we can also have the H6 tag. Let's say smallest welcome. So I'm going to type them out so that we can see that the sizes decrease as they go from H1 to H6. Let me save this and then come to our browser here and refresh. So you can see this is H1 tag. You can see how big it is. And this is the H2, welcome my dear friend, and H3, good to learn, and then you can see this H6, smallest welcome. All right, so that's how it is. Okay, so there is another kind of tag that we can add called the HR tag. This tag is called the horizontal rule, and you can see it has no closing tag. This tag actually draws a line from one end to the other. So let's save this and see what it looks like now. So you can see that the line has been drawn, and so that's the function of this HR tag. Some of those tags, some of the HTML tags do not come with closing tag. This HR tag is an example. Let's talk about the BR tag, the break tag. Oh no, now I'm speaking Chinese, oh my god. BR tag, which is the break tag, this gives like a space between the last thing on your page and the next line that you want to start on. So it gives like a space. So let's save this file and then be on the browser. Oh, then you're not going to notice anything because we don't have anything after the break. So let's say we add another tag. Let's say the H4 tag, and let's say, oh, good morning to coding. All right, let me save this and let's refresh the browser and see. Oh, you can see now this space here. What if we were to give more break tags here? Let me give a couple more. All right, and save. So we can see the amount of space that we're going to create now. So you can see it's created more space. Let's talk about another tag called the anchor tag. The anchor tag is used to create a clickable link on your web page. So let's say we're on this page, this visualstudio.com, and then we go down here. Let's go to the footer section, and here let's say we click on this Microsoft Indication. This is a link. So when you click here, it takes you to another page. All right, that's what we want to be able to implement on our own page. So let's introduce the anchor tag. So the anchor tag is also known as the A tag. It's written like this, nothing too fancy. So I can have this one deleted just like this. And so we can have something that says welcome to Visual Studio page. So we want to make this link a clickable link, and then we want to be taken to the visualstudio.com website whenever we click on this link. Now let me Ctrl S, save this page, and then refresh, and then we can see that we have this link. All right, but at the moment it's not even looking like a link, and when we click it, it's not taking us anywhere. And the reason for that is that we've not added the href attribute. So HTML tags can also take on an attribute value pair. So you give an attribute and then you give the value for that attribute. So in the case of a tag, we can have the href attribute, and then we type equal to, and then quotation marks, just like so. So inside of this quotation mark will be the value for the href attribute. This href attribute stands for hyperlink reference, and the value is the path to that resource or that web page that we want to be able to go to whenever we click on this text. So we want to be able to click on take me to Visual Studio page, and then we'll be sent to whatever path that we've provided here in the quotation marks. So let's take, for example, that we want to go to bing.com. So we can type in http://bing.com, like so. So we include this http://bing.com. We do it this way because this bing.com is not on our computer, right? It's hosted somewhere, it's on the internet. So we have to include http://bing.com. So when I save this file now and then refresh this web page, you see that this link is going to change. This text is going to change because now it has become a link when we add the href attribute and the value. So let me refresh, and you can see that it has taken on this color. Maybe I should zoom in a bit. So it has taken on this color, and when we click on this take me to Visual Studio page, we will be sent to bing.com. Actually, let's make this take me to Bing page or Bing website. So let's save this again and let me refresh. So when we click on take me to Bing website, we'll be taken to Bing website, and that's because we've provided this http://bing.com. So let's try it and see. So you can see we've been taken to bing.com, and so that's how the a tag or the anchor tag works. Now let's get back to our page. All right, so we're back here, but what if we wanted to link up a file that is present in our own folder? For example, let's create another file here, and let's name it second.html, like so. So this is another HTML page, right? So let's type in all those codes. Let's declare the doc type HTML, and then let's have the HTML, and then let's have the head, and let's have a title, and let's say second coding suite, just like so. And then after the head, let's have the body, and within the body let's have an h1 tag that says welcome to second coding, just like so. Okay, now let's save this file. So what if we wanted to link up to this second.html page from our first code.html? How do we do that? We do that using the anchor tag. So let's have, let me push this side a bit so we can have more space here. Let me have the anchor tag just like so, and let me provide the link to this second.html, the path to this second.html rather. So let me say second.html. You can also see that vscode is suggesting that for us. So second.html, and now we're to provide the text that when we click it will send us to this second.html. So let's say go to second page, and let's save that. So what happens now is that when I refresh, we have this go to second page. Oh, it's on the same line with this one. Let's actually add a break here. So that can be one good use of the break tag. Let's have a break and save so that this go to second page can go on the next line. So now you see, and even let me add one more so that it gives a good amount of space. Refresh, and now it's here. So whenever we click on this go to second page, then we'll be sent to second.html. Let's do that. So you see it says welcome to second coding, and that's what we have here on the second.html. So now you can see how we can even link to another file from one file. We can link to another HTML file from one HTML file. That's good. Now let's go back. So you can see that somehow the colors of these links are changing. That's because we've clicked it and then it's going to change the color. This is the default behavior of the browser. It's the browser that is doing all of this. So when you click a link, the color will change and all of that. Initially it was blue, but when we click it and visit that page, then it turns to purple. So it's the browser that is doing all of that. All right, so now what if we have a folder inside of our learning HTML folder? Let's create a folder. Let's name it second folder, like so. And instead of this second folder inside, let's create a file and name it code1.html, just like so. So now look at the structure of our code. Instead of learning HTML, we have, let me zoom this a bit, let me make it bigger so we can see it. Inside of our learning HTML, we have a folder and we have two files. But inside of this second folder, we have one file named code1.html. So how do we link up to this code1.html from our first code.html? Let's try. So we're going to provide the anchor tag just like so. And let's provide the text as take me to code1. Take me to code1. So we want to be able to visit this code1 page whenever we click on this link. But right now our code1 has no content in it. So let's create something, and I can use the boilerplate code. That means the code generated automatically for us by vscode instead of typing all of that out by myself to save time. Okay, so I can type HTML5 and I'm going to select HTML5. So selecting this HTML5 will give me the structure of the HTML, will give me the structure code of the HTML. All right, so we have this auto generated for us. So let me delete some of the things we don't need for now. Let me do away with this one and all of this. All right, so we have the title, and let's name this title as code1 is sweeter, something like this. Code1 is sweeter. Then in the body, let's have an h2 tag and say welcome to code1, and let's save this. So let's go back to our first code.html. So when we get here, now we want to be able to go to this code1.html file whenever we click on this take me to code1. So let's provide the link. Now what are we going to write here? Should we say code1.html? Well, we're almost there, but this will not actually work. This will not take us anywhere. The browser will not be able to find this page, and that's because we've not given the correct path to where this particular file is. Let's save and see what it looks like. Let's refresh. So we're saying take me to code1. Actually, let me give a break tag here again, and let me give another one so that it goes on to the next line. Let me save that and refresh. Okay, now it's here. So we want to be able to go to code1.html, that is this file here, whenever we click on this text, take me to code1. Let's try and see. So it says Safari can't find the file. No file exists at the address users, Dominic, documents, learning, HTML, and all of that stuff. Why is that so? Before we answer that question, we have to understand a few things. The path that will pass to this href attribute is the location to the file that we want to be able to go to whenever we click on the text here. Just like we did with this http bing.com. We want to be able to go to bing.com on our web page or on our browser whenever we click on take me to Bing website. And for our case here, we want to be able to go to second.html whenever we click on go to second page. and we want to be able to go to code1.html whenever we go to take me to code 1. The path that we pass to this href attributes can either be a relative path or an absolute path. What's the difference between these two kinds of path? Well, let's see what the folder and file structure on our system looks like. So every system has a root folder. In the case of Mac OS, that is Apple computers, or Linux, we have this /, and on Windows or computers that run with the Windows operating system, you have it like this, the C and the backward slash. So this represents the root folder, and inside of this folder you have all of the other folders and files present in your system. And so on my own system, instead of this root folder, I have the users folder, and this users folder has the Dominic folder. The Dominic folder has the documents folder, the downloads folder, and then the desktop folder. And let's see what we have inside of this documents folder. So we have our learning HTML folder. So remember that it was inside of this learning HTML folder that we created all of the files, all of the HTML files that we're working with. So instead of learning HTML, we have second folder, we have second.html file, and we have firstcode.html file. Now we also have a file inside of this second folder, and that is the code1.html. And remember, it's this code1.html that we want to be able to reference from our firstcode.html file. So how do we give the correct path to this code1.html file from our firstcode.html? Well, we have two kinds of path, as I said earlier on. We have the relative path and we have the absolute path. For the relative path, we have to understand the concept of current working folder or current working directory. So what is our current working folder? It is this learning HTML. So this learning HTML is a folder that contains our firstcode.html file, where we're trying to reference this code1.html file from. So learning HTML is our current working folder because that is where this firstcode.html file resides. Now, how do we now go or make a correct reference to this code1.html? Well, this learning HTML folder means or represents /. So if we want to, for example, visit second.html file from this firstcode.html, all we need to do is write /second.html. Or if we want to make any reference to this file itself, we say /firstcode.html. But now if we want to reference code1.html from our firstcode.html, we can't just say /code1.html. No, we have to go to this second folder. So how do we go to the second folder? We say /, because remember, this second folder is inside of the learning HTML. And remember, this // means current working folder. So we're saying go to the current working folder, which is learning HTML, and inside of there you're going to find a second folder. So that's what this one represents. And so since we want to go to code1.html, we'll say /, which means this current folder, then go to second folder, and then go to code1.html. So that's how we're going to be able to locate this code1.html. But what if we wanted to locate this document? Remember, this document houses this learning HTML folder, right? So it means that since we have learning HTML as our current working folder, we have to go upwards to the parent folder, right? So, and to go upward to the parent folder, we say //. So // means go upward to the parent folder. So, and when we say // we'll see documents, we'll see downloads, and we'll see desktop. So, but since we're trying to locate the documents, we now say // documents. But if we were to locate the downloads, we say // downloads, and if we were to locate the desktop, we say // desktop. But what if we were to locate this Dominic folder from inside of our current working folder, which is learning HTML? How do we do that? They will have to exit to the parent folder and then go up again to the next folder up. And how do we do that? We say dot dot slash, which means go up to this level of folder, and then we say dot dot slash again to go to the next level, and then inside of that level we see Dominic folder, and then we say slash Dominic. And that's how we're going to create the or find the relative path to any folder or file that is present on our system. For the absolute path starts from the root folder. So you can see that all of the path here starts with the C:// right? I've used this / here because on my system, on OS, I use a OS operating system, so it makes use of the / instead of the / like you have on Windows. So we say C:// maybe I should have used just the / without the C, because you don't have the C folder on OS, but just for the sake of understanding what I'm trying to explain. All right, so every absolute path starts from the root folder. So in the case of users, we can just have the root folder / users. If we want to go to Dominic, we say C:// users and then Dominic. So you can see that the absolute path does not have anything to do with the current working folder, but the relative path is based on the current working folder. So if we want to locate a document using the relative path, we have to take note of the current working folder. From there, we can navigate or go to any file, locate any file that we want. All right, let's get back to our VS Code. So guys, I noticed that while I was recording this screen, I missed out this particular folder, this desktop folder, so it wasn't really visible on the screen. So I just wanted to show us what it looks like, and then we can always make reference to this file and folder structure in case we want to find a file or folder from our current working folder. And we can also make reference to this absolute path, so you can see how I wrote them, and you can look at the relative path and you can find your way through. All right. So now in our VS Code, remember this second HTML file, we can restructure it to be like /second HTML file, second.html rather. Okay, so I can use the / or not if I want, and that's okay because it's inside of our current working folder, which is learning HTML. So when I save this, it's still going to work as expected. Now for this code1.html, we have to rewrite the path. So first of all, the code1.html file that we're trying to locate from here is inside of the second folder, and this second folder is inside of our current working folder, right? And remember, we got our current working folder because we're writing this code inside of the first code.html, which is inside of the learning HTML. So learning HTML is our current working folder. So we say /. Now this / means we're inside of our current working folder. So instead of our current working folder, we have these three files: the second folder, first code.html, and second.html. So where do we want to go? We want to go to the second folder. So we click second folder, and then inside of the second folder, we now have this file that we're trying to locate. This is how we're going to be able to locate our code1.html. All right, so let's save this file and then preview the results on our browser again. And then when we go to take me to Bing website, we'll be able to visit the Bing website. And when we click go to second page, we'll be sent to welcome to second coding. And when we click on take me to code 1, we are greeted with this page which says welcome to code 1. And remember, That's what we have inside of our code1.html. Now let's talk about the image tag. So the image tag is used to bring on an image on your web page. Let me delete the codes I have here. Alright, and so below this h4, I'm going to introduce the image tag. The image tag is written as the img tag, like so, img, and then /, and then you close the tag, just like this. So this is the tag that's used to bring on an image on your web page. But right now, when we save this file and then refresh our browser, you can see that there is nothing here below the good morning to coding, and that's because this image tag takes on an src attribute, which stands for source or resource if you like. So we're going to introduce the src attribute. Remember I talked about earlier on that HTML elements or HTML tags take on an attribute. So, and that attribute, each attribute will take on a value. So there is an attribute value pair, just like so. You have an attribute like so, and then you type the equal to, and then you have the value, just like so. Just like initially when we had the href attributes for the anchor tag, and then we gave the value in quotation mark, and that value is the path to the web page or to the file that we want to be able to link to on our web page. So in the case of img tag, in case of the image tag, it takes on an src attribute like so. So within this quotation marks of the src attribute, we have to provide the path to the image that we want to be able to see on our web page. So if you look here, I imported a sky.jpg image. This sky.jpg image is directly inside of this learning HTML, inside of our main project folder, inside of this learning HTML. All right, and so remember what we talked about earlier on concerning the file and folder structure. Where is our current working directory? Our current working directory is still learning HTML because we're inside of firstcode.html. all right. And so since firstcode.html is inside of learning HTML, it means that our working directory or our working folder is this learning HTML. And since this sky.jpg image is directly inside of learning HTML, all we need to say here is /, and then you can even see that vscode is going to suggest the lists of files or folders inside of this working directory. And our working directory again is learning HTML. I'm taking my time to explain these things so that they become second nature to you once you practice them, so it becomes easier for you to locate files and folders on your system. And so now that we type /, we'll have these files, and then we can just select sky.jpg and Ctrl S rather, and then come to our browser and refresh, and we'll get this image right here. So this is the image. Maybe I should maximize this browser's window, and this is what we'll get. I'll minimize that again. All right, and so this img tag can take on other attributes. First of all, we have the src attributes, and we'll give the value here, which is a path to the image that we want to be able to bring on. So we can give space and then provide another attribute value pair. In this case, I'm going to introduce the width attributes, and the width attribute takes on a value to determine the width of this image. So we can say something like 40 pixels, right? And then we can also provide the height attributes. So height, and then inside of the quotation marks, I give the height. You can say 60 pixels. So let me save this file and then preview the result on our browser. So you can see now this image has become smaller. Let me change the values again. Let me make this 400 pixel, and then let me make the height maybe 350 pixels, just like so. Let me save this file and then refresh, and then you can see what the image has become. So this is how you can set an image on your web page. You use the src attributes to give the path to the image, to where the image is on your system, and then you can also tag on a width attribute and give the value, and then you can also tag on a height attribute and then give the value. The pixels you see here are actually a unit of measurement for the system. Alright, just like you'd have centimeters, meters, and things like that. Now the img tag takes on another attribute called the alt attribute, alt attribute. And so this is just a description of what this image is about. So I can say something like at the beach with people. Yeah, something like this, just to describe what the image is about, so that in the case that there is a problem with displaying this image, then we can see this text instead of just a broken image. All right, and so that's the importance of this alt attribute. So let me, for example, give a wrong image path. Let me change this s, let me just write ky so that it becomes wrong, right? There is nothing like ky.jpg on this path on our current working directory, so this is a wrong path. Now let me save this and see what we're going to get when I refresh the browser. So you can see it says this, and then it wrote beach with people. Now let me correct that. Let me make it sky.jpg once more. We can also make this image a clickable link, so that when someone clicks on the image, it takes them to another page or it takes them somewhere. Remember, to make something a link, we use the anchor tag. So we can wrap this img tag within an anchor tag. How do we do that? First of all, let me take away this img tag, and then let me provide the anchor tag like so. Remember, this anchor tag takes on this href attribute, and so the text within it is what you get to see on your computer. Let me refresh, actually. Let me save this and refresh the browser so that we know where we are. So we actually have this, right? So let's provide a text for the anchor tag. Let's say, take me to, where would we want to go? Let's say we want to go to this second.html, right? Let's say, take me to second HTML, something like that. And then we have to provide the path to where we want to go. So we want to be able to go to this path whenever we click on this text right here. So let's provide the path here. We want to provide the path to the second.html file. So let's say /second.html file right here. All right, so let's save this. Now when I refresh, we're going to see the link here, right? Take me to second HTML. When we click it, we'll be sent to welcome to second coding, which is the content of second.html, right? Good. Now let's get back. But what if we wanted to, instead of having this text as the clickable item on this page, we want to have an image instead? What do? We can wrap in an image tag within here. So let's provide the image tag img. And by the way, you can notice that this image tag has no corresponding closing tag. It is just like this, and then with an extra slash here. We can either leave out the slash or put it. Either way, it doesn't really matter, but for good practice, I like to put the slash. So this particular HTML element become a self-closing tag. So we can have a self-closing tag. This is what we refer to as a self-closing tag. So you don't have something like image and then you have /img. Okay, something like this does not exist. All right, so we don't have this. We delete this, and rather we can have just a slash like this. So this is one of the few exceptions we have when it comes to HTML elements or HTML tags. So now, instead of having that text we had earlier on, this particular one, this take me to second HTML text, we can have an image as something to click. So let's introduce the image and then give it the src attribute, and then let's still link to our sky.jpg image. So we say ./sky.jpg image, and then let's provide the height and width attribute so that our image becomes smaller, so that it becomes something good enough to click, right? Just for illustrative purposes. So let's just say width should be, let's say, 100 pixels, and then let's provide the height attribute, and let's say 50 pixels, just like so. And then I'm going to save this file, Ctrl S, and then I'm going to refresh the browser. So now we have this image, right, instead of text. But right now, when we click on this image, you'll see that we'll be taken to second.html file. Let's try that and see. So you see we're taken to second.html. So that's how you can make an image a clickable link. What if we wanted to give a list of items on our web page? Right now, let me delete all of these previous codes that we have and leave the body empty. So let's talk about lists. We can have ordered lists and unordered lists. For ordered lists, they are itemized lists, right? So we could do that with OL, with the OL tag. And the OL tag is written like this. So within this OL tag, we can now have list items, and they will be itemized. We have LI, just like this. So we can have list of things, itemized list of things that we want to do. So maybe first of all, I have to wake up in the morning. Wake up in the morning, and then maybe I want to have my bath, so I provide another LI tag. Have my bath, and then maybe after that I want to have eat breakfast, something like this. So when we refresh our browser now, we see that this list will be itemized. We'll have 1, wake up in the morning, 2, have my bath, 3, eat breakfast. Let's save and refresh the browser. And so you see what we have right now. 1, wake up in the morning, 2, have my bath, 3, eat breakfast. And so that is it for the ordered list. This OL stands for ordered list. And then the LI tags give the items that will be inside of this OL tag. What if we wanted list item but not itemized, like having the 1, 2, and 3? That means we'll have to make use of the unordered list. So let's introduce the unordered list. The unordered list is written as UL. It comes with the UL tag like this. So the ordered list is OL, unordered list UL. And then we'll have list items like LI. Maybe code some HTML, something like this, and then code some HTML, and then we'll have code some CSS, and then we can have another LI, can have build our e-commerce, oh, I can't spell e-commerce again, e-commerce web application, web app. So I'm going to save this file, and then when I preview it on the browser, so you can see that it's something like this, bullet points, so no longer 1, 2, 3. And that's how we can use lists on our HTML page. Alright, now so let's talk about tables, HTML tables. Table is one of the things you see on a typical website, on a typical web application. So how do we define a table inside of our HTML code? Before we do that, let's see what a typical table would actually look like. Let's take an example of a very simple table. So this is what a very simple table might look like. Here you can have the title or the caption of the table. This one says about fruits. And then tables are usually structured per row. So we have rows. So here you can see that we have about 1, 2, 3, and 4 rows. And we have 1, 2, 3 columns. Alright, so in HTML we can design this table by defining the rows and then giving the contents of the row. So we can say row 1, and then inside of the row 1 we have name, color, and cost. We can now have another row, row 2, and so we can say orange, orange, $3. We can have the third row which says watermelon, red, $6. We can have the last row which says pear, green, $10, like that. Let's get back to our VS Code and see how we can begin to structure a table that will look like this. So right back inside of our VS Code, let's delete all of the previous codes that we have. And now to bring in the table, we just define the table tag like so. So the table tag has the opening table tag right here, and then the closing table tag. All right. So the next thing for us to do is to actually define a row. So we do that using the tr tag. So we say tr like so. So inside of this tr, remember this tr represents a particular row, like I said earlier on. So instead of this tr, we now begin to define the contents. For the table that we saw previously, we have name, color, and cost as the first row, right? So let's have something like name, color, cost. So let's have name, color, cost. Let's save this file and see what it's going to look like on our browser. All right. So we're having something like name, color, costs. But actually, this is not very well written, because this name, color, cost, they're all jam-packed inside of this tr tag. So for us to define each of the items within a row, we have to use the td tag. All right. So let me restructure this. Let me remove this and say td, and here I can have name. So this td means table data. So it means that within this row, within the first row, we have td, one particular data or one particular item inside of the row. So we can have another td which says color, and then we can have another td which says cost. Okay, cost, like so. And so let's save this and then look at it again. Okay, so this is how it should be. This way is actually better. So what we have now is that we have a row, and then inside of that row we have this item, we have this item, and we have this item. So this td is used to introduce items inside of a given row. So let's have the next row. We do that by saying tr, the next row, right? And instead of the tr, we introduce the data or the items we want to be in that particular row. So we say td. And so I think the first fruit we had was orange, and then the next thing we had was orange, because the color of orange is orange. Haha, quite funny. And then we have the last td for that row, and we said the cost was $3, like so. So let's save this and see what it looks like. All right, so when we save this, we have name, color, cost, and we have orange, and then $3. All right, let's introduce the fourth or this third row, right? So we say tr, and then within the tr we're going to have 3 tds, right? So we have the first td for the third row, because remember, this tr here is the first row, this tr here is the second row, and this one is the third row. So we're now inside of the third row, and then the next fruit we have should be watermelon, right? And then what's the color of the watermelon we gave? We gave red, so we have red. And then the next one will be the price. We gave $6. And let's save that and see what it looks like on our browser. So you can see we have watermelon, red, and $6. All right, let's keep going. And then let's have the last row, tr. And then instead of this tr, let me scroll up a bit, we have the td, and then we had our last fruit as pear, and then the next data for this fourth row is the color of pear, that is green. And then the next one we had the price, I think we gave $10, like so. And let's save and then preview on the browser. And so this is what we have. But at the moment, this thing is not actually looking like the table, because we don't have borders, and then they're not well organized. They look all jam-packed. All right, that's because we've not given some stylings to add spaces here and there inside of the table, but then we can at least introduce the border for this table so that we can see the outline. So the table itself needs to have a border, right? So we can do that if we go here. Now I'm trying to add a styling. Remember, we've not done CSS, which is all about styling fully. So when we talk about CSS, then we're going to talk about how to actually style up a table. But just for the sake of demonstration, I'm going to style up this table a bit so that we can see how it will look like, make it look like a simple table. All right, so let's have this, and then let's say border. So this border is just the outlining of the table. So we can say border, and we can say, let's give a thickness of 1 pixel. Let's say solid, and let's say black. Let's save this and see what it's gonna look like right now. Okay, so you can see that we have this outline. I think I should make the contents of this web browser a little bit bigger so we can see clearly what's on it. Let me do that. So I think this is better. So at the moment, this is what we have, but then it's still not looking very much organized, and they're all scattered and all of that. So let me first of all remove this from here. Okay, and let's have our table like this. So when we refresh, you see that that outline is gone. So let's come to this head tag. One of the other tags that we can have in our head tag is called the style tag, and it's written like so. The opening and the closing style tag, like so. So within here, we can add some stylings for the content of the HTML tags that we have within the body, from the body and everything within the body. So within here, we can actually redefine what we did earlier on. So we can say table, and then we can give some styling here. So I'm going to have what we had earlier on, the border, and I'm going to say 1 pixel solid black. But by intuition, you probably understand what I'm trying to do. So let me save this and refresh. So we're back to where we started. Now, let me add some other sort of styling. So let me say tr, that's the tip for table rows, for all the table rows, and let me say td for all the table data, and let me say th for the table heading, right? And then say border like so, and give the same thing, 1 pixel solid black, like so. And let me save this and refresh. Oh, and now you see what we have. All right, right now it's not looking like a table, so to speak, but one thing we can do is, since we have the same sort of styling here, let's just remove all of this and add them here. Okay, so let's remove this one we have here. Let's remove this. So we have table, tr, td, and th, and so we're saying border should be 1 pixel solid black. Let me save this so you see that there won't be any difference. So we still have what we had earlier on, but now I want this border to collapse so that we don't have separate boxes inside of the main outline, the main table box, right? And this box we were seeing here actually gives credence to the fact, or to what I talked about earlier on about HTML elements being seen as boxes. With table, you can easily see that, all right? And so let's say border collapse, border collapse, yeah, to be collapsed, sort of. So what this is going to do is that it's going to merge all of the cells into one. So we just have one outline. It's going to basically look like a real table, a real simple table. So let me save this file and then come here, refresh, and then you can see they're all meshed in, right? We no longer have all of those things. So we can just add a bit of spacing here. Let me just add general spacing. Let me just say 10 pixel, just to add spacings around and see what it's going to look like right now. So I've saved the file and let me refresh. Okay, and so we have something like this. So this is a lot more better. So we can have a table like this with the headings, name, color, cost for each of the columns, and then we can have the content on each row. Orange $3, watermelon red $6, pear green $10, something like this. So this is actually a very simple table. The purpose of creating this is to actually show us at the moment the kind of tags, some of the HTML tags that we can actually use to define our tables. Then when we talk about CSS, we'll talk more about style and how to add colors and make it look a bit more fancy. Now let's talk about forms on our web page. Forms are part of every important web application or website that you can find on the internet. So things like your username, your password, your names, your phone numbers, and things like that are gathered from you on a website via forms. So they're really important. Now, how do we begin to define forms on our web page? First of all, let me delete the previous codes that we have here. Let me clear this. All right, so we can start with the clean slate. This body tag is not closed, so let me introduce the closing body tag. All right, and so let me refresh and so that we can delete this. Okay, so we have a clean slate to start with. So when we want to introduce forms on our web page, we start with the form tag, just like this. I'm gonna delete the action attributes for now. We can talk about that later on. But now we've introduced the form tag on our web page. So by doing this, let's see what happens on the browser. Nothing, right? By just introducing the forms, you have nothing on the browser. So let's introduce something like a text box that we will use to type in our name on any typical web application or website. So we can say input. So we have an input tag like this. So we will define an input tag and then we say type and give the type of the input that we want to have. Now this input tag is another example of a self-closing tag. Usually you can add the last / like this to make it a self-closing tag. So we can have something like this, right? So this input type of text. So let's save this and see what it looks like on our browser. So you can see this is what it looks like. Typically, this might look different depending on the kind of browser that you're using. So sometimes browsers make the appearance of certain form elements or certain HTML elements for that matter to appear differently, slightly differently. All right, so now we can see this text box, right? Okay, and this one is type text, so it means we can literally type text into this text box, right? Usually when you see text box on the web page, it has a label in front of it telling you the kind of data that they want from you, maybe your name or username, things like that, right? So we can actually have just in front of the input tag, we can have something like name, assuming we want to get name from the user, right? And let's save this and see what we have. Yes, so now we have name and we have the text box, so we can type in our name and say something like Dominic, just like that. All right, let me zoom out a bit. I think this is, yeah, I think this is okay, right? So we have name and then we can type in our name inside of the box. All right, but usually this is not really a good practice, typing out the name like this. We should usually wrap this name within a label tag. That label is just what it is, a label for the text input, right? And so we can, instead of just having the name like that, we can actually have the label tag like this. For the label, let me delete this and explain the label tag. So this is the label tag. We have the opening label tag and then the closing label tag. So within it we can have that name just like so, right? So let me save this and refresh. Basically we would have the same thing, nothing different, right? Physically is nothing different, but there are some reasons for doing it like this. One is for accessibility use case. So when someone who is physically challenged, for example, who is blind, for example, is using your website and he's using the screen reader. So when the screen reader gets to this platform or to this part of your web page, it reads out like, okay, this is name. So it knows that the input that they are requesting from him is his name. So he basically can get in the name into that text box. All right, so that is one use case for this label tag, and it's also good for styling sake when we want to style the form and things like that. So these are the two main reasons for actually using label rather than typing the name out just like that. So let's say another form of input. Let's say the input type of email. Okay, so this one we can have our email in this input, and let me give the label tag. Okay, for now let me deal without this for. Let's just have it like this. So label for email, just like so, and let's refresh. So now we have name, and we can type our name here. Email, we can type our email here. Now you can see, because of the type we are writing out here, the browser is actually trying to do something for us, or will have to do something for us. We can type basically our name however it is here, and then our email, we can also type it in here. Now what's the use of doing this type text, or providing this attribute of type and then the value text, and then this attribute of type and then the value of email? So the browser treats these text boxes specially. We're going to see that in a minute. Now let's have another input type of search. So this one we can basically use it to search for something. All right, and let's have the label to describe this input type. So let's have a label that says search for something, for example, and let's save this and see what we have now. Yes, reload. Okay, search for something. All right, now we don't have enough space here, but let me minimize this a bit so everything can squeeze in, sort of. All right, now let's introduce another input type of number. So let's have input type number instead of text, right? And then let's have a label for it. So label, let's say choose, oh, not here. So you can see that vscode is automatically giving us these 4 attributes in all of the labels. We're going to talk about what that 4 attribute does in a minute, but let's give out this label first of all. So let's have quantity. You want the users to impute it a particular quantity for anything at all. So let's save this, and then we're going to refresh, and then we have quantity, and then you can see that the box came here. And that's because you don't have any more space around here for the box to be here. All right, now let's talk about this element that we've introduced in the form. Remember, we talked about block level elements and inline level element. All right, and so we said the block level element will stretch from the beginning of the web page or the browser down to the other end of the browser. But if you notice, this element, the label and the input elements or the input tags, they've been going from left to right, and they're not coming on the new line. And why is that? Because they are inline level elements, so that's why they're not coming on a new line. Right now this one is actually here, and that's because there is no longer space for it to be contained here, and that's why it was sent down here. But ordinarily, like for example, if I stretch this browser, so you see that it's able to fit in here. So these are all inline level elements, so they just take as much space as they need. So what I'm going to do is, after giving the label and then the input, I'm going to provide a BR tag, the break tag. And remember, the break tag will give a space or make the next content to go down the next line. So let's have the break tag here, the BR tag, like so. So BR tag here, the BR tag here, and the BR tag here. So they can all be on a straight line, right? And then we can see things more clearly. I wanted to do it this way so that we remind ourselves about the different kind of elements that we actually have in HTML. That is the block level element and the inline level element. So let me save this file and then refresh. All right, so you now see we have it like this. Let me actually zoom in again to make it big. So this is what we have at the moment. So we have name, email, search for something, and then we have quantity. Now, when you fill out a form on a web page, usually the content or the value that you've imputed, the things you've imputed, like for example, you type out your name, Dominic. I don't know why this thing is always written in Chinese. Oh, he loves Chinese so much. So I'm gonna write Dominic, and then my email, maybe Dominic XYZ at yahoo.com, something like this, and then search for something. Right now I don't want to search for anything, right? We're just doing this for illustrative purposes, so I can just search for something. But you can see that when we started typing in something here, this X bar came out. It wasn't here when we typed in Dominic. Why? Because this text box, or this input box, is actually of the type text, so it's just to type in your text, taking your name, right? Also, for this email is of the input type email right here. And so what this does is that when you're going to send something today to a server or to post it to somewhere, this information we are imputing here, so it's going to make sure that there is something like art. Remember, art is something that is usually compulsory when you're giving an email. So you imagine giving an email and there is no art, it means that the email is not correct. So this art symbol, these are the rate symbol, must be there. All right, so it makes sure that it validates this value that you're going to put in here. It makes sure that there is something like art in there. All right, and then now this one is of input type search, so it means that it provides us with this star button, this X button, that we can use to clear the content of this search. So maybe we're searching for something and we've made a mistake. All right, just like I've typed in some gibberish here, you can just click on the X and then everything clears. All right, so this X is appearing there because this box is of input type search. Now in this quantity, you can see we are having this up and down arrow. You can actually try to select numbers, okay, something like this. All right, so, and it's only there because we have the input type of number. So that's how we give these things in our forms. All right, so remember, all of this stuff, the label and the input types and all of that, will go under the form. They will be within the form tag itself. In fact, let me give spaces here so that we'll see clearly that all within the form elements, just like so. And now we're talking about this label for, okay, usually when we type out the label for, or when we type out label, VS Code tries to provide this for us. This for is actually pointing out what this particular label, the name here, is for, which particular box it is for. So in an input type, we can, after having the input and we have type text, the attribute type text, we can also have another attribute for an input tag. All right, we can have an input type, an ID of this input box. All right, so we can say maybe name, or let me just use names. All right, so this ID is an attribute that all HTML elements can actually take. At least more than 99% of HTML elements can take this ID attribute. And what this ID attribute does is that it identifies this particular input. All right, it identifies this. So if, for example, we have a paragraph tag or H tag, for example, let me say H1, designing an input form, or designing a form, for example. Let me have it like designing a form, and then we come here and we say ID. H1 can take an ID, and so we can say forms, something like this. We can give any name that we want, right? So what this ID is doing is that it is identifying this HTML element, this H1 in this case, so that we can call or use this or manipulate this H1 later on if we want to, or make a reference to it correctly. Use of ID. So ID is an identifier. So you can see when I hover over this ID, you can see what VS Code is telling us. It says defines a unique identifier ID, which must be unique in the whole document. So this ID can only be one. So I can have another HTML tag or element that has the ID of form. So I can, for example, have maybe an h2 here, and let's say fill in the form. So I can come here and say that the ID of this guy of the h2 is forms, something like this. This is wrong. So you can't have any element, any two elements on this document having the same ID. It is wrong. So let me wipe this out like so. In fact, let me delete the h2, but I'm going to leave the h1 because it's good for it to define what we're actually doing here in the form, right? And I can even add an horizontal row like so. So let me refresh. And usually when you want to refresh and you have a form on your web page that you've been filling out, the browser usually will ask you if you want to reload the web page, because it will want to delete what we've been typing earlier on. So when we reload, you can see that everything is gone. Let me make it a bit smaller. Alright, so, and let me even add a couple of break tags here. Another one, yes, like so. So you can, without CSS, I think our form is looking a bit nice, right? Alright, so right now we have this h1 with an ID of forms. Again, this ID identifies this particular HTML tag or element, which is h1. So wherever you see ID, just know that it is defining the element that's where it is placed in. Alright, so this one is trying to identify the h1 tag, and then since we have it here in the input tag here, so we have an ID of names. This ID is actually pointing out to this particular input tag. All right, and so for this label, we can now have label for names. All right, so what does that mean? It means that this label is actually for this input tag. Maybe I should maximize the window of my VS Code so we can actually see things clearer. So this label now takes 4 attributes, and then we have name. We give it names, right? So it means that this label, this particular label, okay, is pointing out to this particular input, because this input is having an ID of names, and then we're saying this label is for names, which is another way of saying that this label is for this particular input. All right, and so let's come here now and give an input ID or an ID for this input. So let me say ID is equal to, let me say, email. Okay, and remember, no input element, no HTML element on the same document or on the same file should have the same ID. Okay, it is wrong to do so. So this input tag again, let me give an ID and say search. So I'm giving a useful name so that we can easily identify and connect with the input that we are working with, right? So for this input, which has a type of number, I can give an ID of, let's say, quantity, for example. Quantity, like so. So let me give some space in here so that we can see things clearly. Okay. So look at what we have. We have our form tag, and within the form tag, we'll have a label, and then we'll have an input tag. All right. And at the end, we just give the break tag just to move things down to the next line, because these elements are inline level elements. So they will keep going from the left part of the browser down to the other side. They will not step down, they won't come down, because they're not block level elements. So remember that. So we're saying label for, and then the value we're providing is the value of an ID of a particular input element. In this case, this input type of text element. So this name belongs to, or is defining, this particular input. Okay. And then for this label for and give email. So we are saying that this label is for this particular input right here. Okay, so this next one you can say is for label for search. I think these things can be intuitive actually. So as you're writing label for you, and then we're giving the search, the value of search, we know that this label, search for something, is for this particular input, because this particular input has the ID of search. And then this label can be for the input element of type number, like so. Okay, so let's save this file. Let me minimize the window once more, and then we can refresh our browser. Okay, we still have what we have before, but now we have our HTML sort of more structured. We're going to find the value or the usefulness of doing things this way when we start working with JavaScript later on in our subsequent videos to come. All right, so but for now we can just have things like this. Let me maximize this window once more and introduce another input element. So let me introduce the input element of type password. Sometimes on your forms, for example, if you're logging into your Facebook account, you'll be asked for a password, for example, or maybe to provide a password if you're trying to register for the first time. All right, so this is how we do. We say password, and because of the type we've given here, the type attribute password, we'll see that there is some special privilege given to this kind of input. All right, so let's have the password like this and say password. Okay, and let me save this and let's preview on our browser. In fact, I'm going to make this a bit bigger so we can see everything at a glance. I think it's better this way. Okay, so now let me refresh this, and now we have password. Let's go back to our VS Code. So now VS Code, oh, and then we had the password, but this was supposed to be wrapped in a label, right? Remember what we said about the label initially. So let's have a label, and we'll say the label is for password, like so. Okay, so things should be done this way. And now let's have another input type of date. So we can have input type date. So this one will allow us to take dates from our forms. So let's have the label for, oh, and before giving the value of 4 here, let's provide the ID of dates. Let's say ID, let's say dates. And then here we can come here and say the label is for dates, like so. And Ctrl S. Now let's see another input type we can give. Let's try the input type of file. Sometimes when you're filling out a form or you're trying to submit something on a web page, they require you to upload a file, maybe a PDF file or a doc file, or maybe your image, for example. So what kind of input do we use to take in this sort of data from the users? It is the input type of file. Okay, right now let's assume that the file we want to take from the user is an image. So we can say, give a label, right, and say for label for, oh, and before we give the for attribute here, let's give this file an ID of images or image, so something like this. And then here we can just say the label is for image. Remember these names, the label, the ID that I'm giving here, and the for here. Of course, the for, the value of the for here is based on the ID that I've given for this input. Okay, because I want the label to be for this input, for example. And so these names are just random names, so you can give whatever you like, but I'm just choosing to go with these names. Now for this label, let's say upload your image. Okay, so we can have it like something like this, and let's save and see what we have so far actually. So let's go to our browser. So let's refresh and see what we've got so far. Wow, so look at what we've got. Oh, they're on the same line, and that's because we haven't given our break tag. Let's do that actually. So let's go back to our VS Code. So after the password, after the label for the password, and even for the password, we didn't give any content for the label. So let's type in password. Okay. For the sake of clarity, you can always give space after this to actually see clearly what you have. Okay. So once again, we have the label, which takes the 4 attributes. All right. And then after that, After the opening label tag, then we can type in what we want to be able to see on the browser. In this case, name, email, search for something, quantity, and here let me add the quotation or the colon here for each of the label and password. And then this label, let's say choose a date. Let's say choose a date. Oh, I can't spell choose this time. Choose a date, like so. Okay, this one written upload your image. All right, and so let's give the break tag here so that they move on to the next line. Remember, if we continue to do that, if we don't give this break tag, everything will be on the same line. So let's actually break it down here. Let's give another break tag, and then let's give another break tag, like so. Okay, now let's save and go back to our browser and see what we have. Let's refresh. All right, so this is what we have. So you can see how we've given this. Right now, this form is not actually designed because we don't want to design it for now. We've not talked about CSS or anything that has to do with design, so to speak. We're just giving out the structure, like we said earlier on, okay? And in this case, we're giving out the structure of a form, the kind of inputs that we can use in a form, how we can do it from our code, and what it is going to look like. So right now, we're giving the name. This one is of input type text. This one is email. This one can search for something. And remember, they all have their own properties because of the type. This one is of type text, has no special thing. You can just type in anything we want, right? This one is of email. We should have something, and then make sure we have @ for you to know that, okay, this is an email. It's trying to do some validation. That's why we have the type. So input type text, input type email, input type search. So this one knows we are trying to search for something because it's of input type text, and then it gives us this X symbol that we can use to clear out the content of the box. Quantity is of type number. When we try to submit this form and we have text like we do right now, it's not going to work. It's not going to allow us to submit the form because this value we've put here is not of type number. All right, now it's going to allow us to type something like this, but later on we can have our own validation system to make sure that we don't even allow the user to type anything that is not a number into this text box. All right, yeah. So password, if I type my password, you can see that it's trying to hide it. It's not showing the value of what I'm typing. You don't know what I'm typing by watching my screen, right? And so that's because we've set the input type of this text box to be of the type password. So password is something that should be confidential, right? Should be hidden from other users. So it's not going to show. Instead, it shows the dot symbols. And for the date, you can see that we have a way to choose date, right? So, and that's because this input box is of the type, or is of the type date, right? And then here we can choose a file. All right, see, it's allowing me to choose something from here and all of that. So how cool is that? This is what we use to take data from users. I'm going to cancel this because I don't want to choose any file. All right, and so in our subsequent videos we can talk about how we can do more validation to make sure that the users are typing in something that we want them to type in, and typing in the way that we want them to type in, and things like that. And then when we talk about CSS, we can also talk about how we can style form. We can design a particular form and style it up. Okay, at this point I think we should talk about 2 or 3 more types of inputs. There are the radio button, the checkboxes, and the selects. So let's see what that will look like. So after this one, we can have the input type. We can have selects. All right, we can have selects tag. It's written like this, so it has the opening tag. Let me first of all delete the name attributes given here so we can see things more clearly. Okay, so the select tag is a form of input. This time we're not saying input just like we have here, right? We just say selects. Okay, just like so. So we have the opening tag for the select, and we have the closing tag for the select. So this select can also take on a name and ID, right? We can give an ID to identify this select. Okay, so we can say maybe, let's say fruits. I don't know, it seems I like fruits. Let's say fruits as the ID to identify this select element or select tag, right? And then the name, we can give a name also. And in fact, your input element can also take on a name attribute. So we can give name and give the value, you know, however it is that we want to do it. So, but this time I didn't give the name attribute. We can actually do that too. Okay, so for this select name, we can give, let's say, some fruits, like so. Let's just say some fruits. Okay, the ID is fruits, the name is some fruits. Usually the use of this name attribute is to group a group of elements. Okay, we're going to see what that means in a bit. Let's have options. The option tag under the select tag. We've probably seen on a website or web application where we click into a box and then we have a drop down having values that we can select from. We can just select one of the values. So this select tag is what it's used to implement such thing. We can have as much option as possible. So let me give like 5 of it, 5 options within the select. Okay, you can have something like this. Oh no. Okay, and so let's say we have mangoes for fruit, right? Let's say we have oranges, and let's have pear, and let's have watermelon. Oh no, I can't spell melon. And let's have guavas, like so. Okay, and now let's save this and actually view on our browser what it looks like at the moment. So let's refresh. Oh, and when we refresh, look at that. So you can see we have a drop down of items: mangoes, oranges, pears, watermelon, guavas. So we can choose this and then pears get selected. We can choose watermelon gets selected. We can choose guava. So we just need to choose one of these options, right? And so it is the select element or the select tag that is used to implement this sort of thing. Let's go back to our VS Code. So we're back to our VS Code. Okay, so we can see what we've written, and we can actually select automatically when we load the page on our browser. We can actually select one of these items automatically, because if you notice, let's save this again and go back to our browser. If we notice, when I refresh, we just have mangoes as the first item, right? We can then choose oranges or any other item that we want to choose. But if we want to be able to automatically select one of these, let's say we want to select oranges, for example, or pears. Let me select pears. We can just choose right selected, the selected attribute, just like so. Let's save this and then preview on the browser. Let's refresh. So since we wrote that selected attribute, we now have pears selected automatically for us, but we can still select whatever it is that we want to select. Okay, but now pears got automatically selected for us when we refresh the browser. If I select watermelon and refresh this page, it's going to go back to pears because pears has the attributes selected. Right now, you probably will be wondering, oh, this is an attribute selected. Why is it not having a value? Like having something like selected is equal to, and then we have our quotation marks, right? Well, this is an exception in HTML. So some attributes don't actually take on a value. This selected attribute is just one of those attributes that do not take a value. So we don't need to provide the equal to, and we do not need to provide the quotation marks. So we just type in selected, like so. Now it's time for us to talk about radio buttons. So radio buttons, will use the input type. Now, instead of it to use the input type text, we say the input type of radio, just like so. And for this input type, we can also give, for this input rather, we can also give the name attribute, and we can say fruits. Oh my god, I love fruits so much. All right, and if you know about radio buttons, if you have ever used a radio button on a website, you know that it allows you to select just one of 2 or 3 values. So it's similar to this select, in that in select you just select only one option, right? It allows you to select one option. In radio button you also select one option, but you can use radio button if you have just fewer items, so maybe about 2 or 3. For example, when you want to talk about take data on marital status of your user, married or single, that kind of thing, you can use inputs. All right, the input type of radio. So in fact, let me do that. Let me say, instead of fruits, let me use marital, like so. Okay, and then we can have another input type of radio, and we also give the name as marital, like so. So marital, like this. Now let's first of all save this and preview on a browser. So on refreshing, we see the 2 radio buttons. All right, so we can either select one, we can only select one of these. Okay, initially none of the text, the radio buttons rather, were selected. And if you notice, this radio button, they don't have anything telling us what it is about, what it is we're selecting, right? And so let's go back to our vscode and fix that. So we can actually use label. Let's introduce the label tag, and we can, let's delete this 4. Okay, and then here we can say single or searching. Single or searching, something like this. Okay, and then for the second one, let's have label, and let's delete the 4 attributes, and let's just have within the label, let's have married. And we can also have divorced, right? Yeah, we can have divorced, although I didn't want to add that, but let me just add it. Some people are divorced, right? So let me deal with this. Okay, and within this I can say married. All right, and after this select, actually let me add a break tag so that everything goes on the next line. If you noticed, it was on the same line the other time when we previewed on the browser. So right now we have label married, and let's have the input of type radio, like so, and the name is marital. If you notice, this input tags, this one has the name marital, this one has the name marital, and this last one also has the name, oh, I haven't provided it, marital. All right, and so that makes these 3 input elements a grouped element. So, and since we're talking about radio buttons, means that we'll only be able to select, we'll just be able to select one of these options: single or searching, married, or sorry, divorced. I made a mistake, divorced here. All right, and that's just it. So we can only select one, and anyone that we select, be it single or searching, married or divorced, it gets sent to the place we want it to get sent. It gets sent to Facebook database, for example, or Facebook server, or it gets saved to our web application server or database as we want. Okay, so let's actually save this and preview again on the browser. So when I refresh the browser, and now we see we have single or searching, you can choose this one, or married, you can choose this, or divorced. Oh my god, why are we having this text box here? Now let's go back to our VS Code. Oh, we said input type radio marital. No, we should just have it as radio. Okay, so let's save this and preview once more. Okay, and let's refresh. Yes, and we just have the divorced, so we can select either of this. Okay, another sort of input that we can have, or form element that we can have, is the input type of checkboxes. So checkboxes allow you to select multiple items. All right, so, and it is just like the radio button, but in the radio button you just can only select one item, but in checkboxes you can select multiple things. All right, So let's have input type of checkbox. Okay, good. And we can give it a name. This time, let's say want to select something for courses. Okay, list of subject and things like that. Let's have another one, input type, of course, checkbox, and let's have the name of courses. So you can see that we're having the same names here. So it means that all the items that we'll be selecting for this checkbox, since checkbox can allow you to select multiple items, so they will all belong to the group of courses, to this name courses. All right, and so let's have a label. Let's have a label. Actually, let's have a label. Let's first of all delete the 4 attributes, and let's just have a label calling it, let's say, mathematics, and let's have the other one label, and let's delete the 4 attributes, and let's say Java. Okay, and so let me copy this, Ctrl C, and paste it down here so that it can actually be faster, right? Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl V. All right, so let's have JavaScript. Let's have Python. I actually like JavaScript and Java. Python, and let's have Swift, and let's have Objective-C. These stuffs, I've not used them, but let me just write them here. Okay, so let me Ctrl S, save the file, and then preview on our browser. All right, so we're on our browser. Let me refresh. Oh, and you can see everything is just down here. Oh my God. Let me take it down the next line by adding the break tag. So after our last input here, let's add the break tag. In fact, let me do a couple of those. So S, Ctrl S, and go back to our browser. Refresh. So we have here, so we can see we can select Java, mathematics, JavaScript, Python, Swift. Maybe we'll leave out Objective-C, assuming we don't know Objective-C. So all of these things that we've selected, we can actually send it over to a database or server, that kind of thing, and we can process this data and things like that. Okay, so this is how we can get these things on our web page. Again, the major purpose for showing us this thing is just to say some of the HTML form inputs or form elements that we can actually use, such as the input type text, input type email, input type search, input type number, input type password, input type date, input type file, and this one select, and this one input type of radio button, and this one input type of check boxes. All right, and so when we start building real world application, we can see how we can make these things even better, make sure that the users will be typing in the correct things and all of that, and we'll be making some validation using JavaScript, a programming language. All right, so this is what we have at the moment, and there is one more input element I would like to talk about, and it's just the text area, like so. Okay, and it comes with a whole lot of attributes, value pairs. Okay, so we can have number of columns and rows and things like that. Okay, I'm actually going to leave them like this since we're getting comfortable with adding attributes, value pairs to our HTML tags or HTML elements, right? So assuming I remove this one, you can see things clearly. So we have text area just like this, right? You can even make space here, and then text area takes on name, can take on a name attribute. All right, in fact, just about any HTML elements can take the name attribute. Okay, you can give it a name, we can give it an ID, give it an ID, all right, and we can give it for text area now, the rows attribute is specific to text area, right? And maybe some other HTML element, but for text area, yes, you can have the rows. Just for p tag, for example, the paragraph tag, we can't have rows for paragraph. It doesn't even make sense, right? Yeah, so we can also have the calls attribute like so. Okay, now let's see what the text box looks like. First of all, let me save this and then go to our browser and preview it. So let me Ctrl S. Oh, it's come here instead of coming to this next line. That's because we didn't add the text, the break tag rather. So this text area allows us to type a bunch of things, right? And you can see it starts having the scroll bar that we can use to scroll up or down when we have lots of text within the text area box. Okay, so this allows us to type in a whole bunch of stuff. For example, we are typing letters, numbers, and any kind of characters, unlike quantity that we should only be having numbers, or date that we can just choose a date from, or the text input of file that we can just only upload things from. This one allows us to type in variety of things, and that's because that's what it's supposed to do. So you can, this one is useful in a blog where you have to type in your story, you want to tell a story to the world and things like that, so you can type in anything you want. So that's what this text area is used for. So the rows and colon is used to define the amount of space you have at the initial time before the scroll bar actually appears. Let's go back to our VS Code. So if I give rows of, let's say, 5, okay, and let me give the rows of, let's say, 4. Let's Ctrl S and then preview again on our browser. Where is our browser? Where is our browser? So this is our browser. This is our browser. Let's refresh. Oh, and I forgot to add the break tag. Okay, let me do that. Let's go back. So let's add the break tag after this final input element. Let's have br tag like so. Let's have one more and save this file and then preview again on the browser. Refresh and it goes down, right? So you can see now we can have this number of rows, 1, come down, have y, come down, click enter rather, and click enter, click enter. So you can see that we can have up to 5 rows, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of typed items like this before we actually begin to see the scroll bar within the text area. So if we should click enter right now, you can see the scroll bar appears. That's because we've exceeded the first initial 5 number of rows that we gave initially in our code, right? And then that is what it is for. Okay, so let's go back to our VS Code. Yeah, so that's what the text area is for. And now we're back to our VS Code. Actually, we can deal with this column. Let's delete this column and then just have rows 5. Okay, let's Ctrl S and then preview on the browser again. Refresh. So we have something wider, right? So we can just have you can actually have the columns or the rows, but I prefer to just have the rows, so we have something a bit wide, and we can have up to, can type something like this is the first row, can have another second row, can have another third row, something like, you get the point. So this now has 5 rows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By the time we click enter, we'll have the scroll bar, right, to scroll up and down what we've typed previously. So that's just about it. I just wanted to show us that too. Okay, so at this point we've seen most of the input elements or form elements that we can use on a web page. Okay, we've seen the radio box or radio buttons, the checkboxes, the select, all right, the file type, the input of file type, the input of date, of type date, input of type password, input of type number, input of type search, email, text, and now we've seen text area too. So when we use these things in real world application, we are going to actually see how we can manage them more. But now at least we know that this is how we can bring on these things into our form on our web page. So I noticed I made some mistakes while I was talking about this label. So I set label for password right here, but for the input I did not give the ID. So let me do that. ID password. I know you must have yelled at me, oh no, you didn't give the ID. So here it is. And also for the file, input of type file, we said the label is for images. Meanwhile, we give an ID of image. So you must have screamed at me, but I didn't hear you. I'm sorry about that. And lastly, for the marital status, okay, so we have label single and searching and all of that, but we have this second closing label. So let's delete that. Okay. And let's actually see how we can manage a bit to a limited extent some of the data that we take via our input elements or the form elements. And then let's talk about some other things such as how we can add some attributes to our input elements. Let's get back to our VS Code. So currently we have this bunch of codes in our HTML file. And one thing you should know also is that the input element, I mean this input element and even the select element, which also has the option element, it works together with the option element. They can take on an attribute of value. They can take on the value attribute, just like you have here option. In the option tag, it has this value, and then whatever this value is, that's what is going to be sent to a database or to a server. All right, if we provide a value, and let's, for example, let's work with the value here. Let's go to this input type text and actually give a value attribute to this input tag, and so let's say for the name, let's say Dominic. All right, so let me save this, and when I refresh, you're going to say that in the text box for this input you're going to have Dominic written. So that's the default value. We were giving by code the value of that input box, of this input box rather. And so if, assuming we do not change it in the browser, like put another name or modify this Dominic, then this is what gets sent to the server or to the database. So I just wanted us to know that the input element can actually take on the value attribute. So for example, in these options, if we instead, we wrote mangoes here, but if we instead provide, let's say, rat here for the value, it is this rat rather that will get modified, or that will get sent to the database, for example, to get sent to the database or to the server, wherever we're sending our data, our form data to. Okay, so I just wanted to tell us that. And then we talked about one attribute which does not take a value. That's the selected attribute. Where did we add that? Yeah, for this option value, for this option we provided a selected attribute, but it doesn't take any value, right? And in that way, we also have some other attributes which does not take on a value, such as required. So if we, for example, come to this input, for this input, and then we come here and give an attribute, say required, for example, what it means is that we must give a value, we must input something for this particular input box. Okay, we must give something. If we do not, then we will not be able to submit our form. It will just tell us that, oh, this field is actually required. So you can see, in a way, the way we structure our form elements or form tags, I mean everything within this form tag, is actually important. It helps to make some validations and all of that. And talking about attributes again, one of the attributes that do not take a value pair or a value is this null validate attribute. We'll give it for the form only. So this null validate actually tells the browser to ignore the restrictions that these input boxes actually have. on them. So for example, the email, when we type email, remember we're supposed to put the @ sign, that is the @ symbol. So this no validates will just make it to ignore that @ symbol. So if whether we put it or not, it doesn't care anymore because we've added this no validate attribute to the form tag. So let's just do away with it. All right, so that if we do away with it, it means that by default the form will try to validate things. It will try to make some validations based on the input type and all of that. And one other thing we should know is that we should have a submit button in our form. Right after filling a form, you want to submit, maybe to send it to a database or to do something. At least you need to submit, right? So you can just have button like this, and so we can say button type is equal to submit. So what this is saying is we have a button tag, right? And this button takes on the type attributes and the value is submit. So if you have a button within a form, what it does is that once you click on it, automatically it sends the data you filled in to wherever it is that you've designated to send it to. You've told your browser to send data to. So this is actually important. So you need to have a button inside of your form so that at the end of the day you can click on it and then it sends the data to wherever you want it to get sent. Another thing, coming back to this input type number, we can also have minimum and maximum attributes. So for number inputs, for example, we can have the main attribute. So this tells you like the minimum number you should have. Let's say we put minimum as 1, and then let's say we have maximum as 10. So it means that the minimum number you'll be able to choose will be 1, and the maximum you'll be able to choose will be 10. Let's save this actually and see what we have on the browser. So when I refresh now, now we have our button. Actually it's very small and we have nothing showing on it, but let's go back to our code, our VS Code, to actually fix things up. So for the button, I added the button, right, but I gave no text. So let me say submit. Let me just put a submit. All right, and save that and then go back. So in Safari, now let me refresh, and then this will have submit. So when we click this submit button, all the things we filled in, our names, our emails, whatever it is we're taking in the form will be sent to wherever it is that we want to send it to. Now let's come to this number. So we said that the minimum will be 1 and the maximum will be 10. So you can see now that I'm trying to select, now you see I can select beyond 10, and if I'm decreasing, I can decrease beyond 1. But initially we could do that. We could go below 1, we could go above 10. Let's go back to our browser or our VS Code. So VS Code here, right here, where I have the input type of number. So if I remove this minimum and maximum and save this file and go back to the browser and refresh, and then you can see that I can choose, it's going beyond 10 now. All right, and so that's what the minimum and maximum can do for us. It's even going to -1 and 2 and all of that. So I just wanted to show us all of that and introduce to us some of those attributes that work with the form tags. And form tags, I mean input elements like this one here, the number, password, and all of that. So they're generally form tags or input elements. Okay, and so I just wanted to show some of those attributes like the validate, the no validate, the required, and then we can also have things like mean, max, and then value. So whatever it is that we choose on value. Remember, I put the value of this input box to be Dominic. So that's why you're seeing that even when I refresh the browser, it still has Dominic, because by default, here in the name, I've put the value to be Dominic. If I should remove it now and save this and go back to the browser, so when I refresh, Dominic will be gone. All right. So I just wanted to show some of these things, but we'll learn some of these things in greater length when we start to implement real form that we're able to design with CSS We'll make sure that we validate the form so that users fill things correctly and all of that. Okay, I just thought I should show us some of those things that we could still do on our form. And so that's the wrap up for this form. So we've seen some of the things that we can bring in on the form, some of the input types, and how we can do that. And let's move on to the next thing. Now that we've gotten to this point, we've seen a lot of tags, a lot of HTML tags. Now let's say a group of tags, HTML tags called semantic HTML. First of all, I'm going to delete the codes that we have here, or instead of deleting them, actually I can go to another web page. Right, so let me go to code1.html file and let's work on this one. Okay, now we have a clean slate to work with. We're going to talk about semantic HTML tags, but before we do that, let's talk about some of the ways that we can write our HTML codes. So we can write inside of this body a p tag, right? We can have a p tag that says I am a paragraph, like so. And below this p tag, we can have an h3, like so. But sometimes we want to be able to group our HTML tags. We want to group these HTML tags inside of another HTML tags. So generally, we can do that using the div tag. So we can have the div tag, like so. This div tag stands for division. It's just to group other HTML tags. So inside of here, we can have our h3, and then we can have our p tag. So this h3 can probably say I am a heading, like so. And this paragraph can say something like I am a paragraph, like so. So we've used this div tag to group these two HTML tags. And generally that is how it used to be, but this div tag does not really hold a special meaning. So HTML introduced a set of tags called the semantic HTML tags, or semantic HTML elements, that hold special meaning. Let's have a visual cue of what I'm talking about. So here, for example, you can have this particular box, which is a div. So inside of this div, you can have paragraphs, you can have headings, and so on and so forth. Here is another div. Inside of this div, you can have paragraphs, images, and things like that. Inside here, you can have your paragraphs, heading, and so on and so forth. But if you look at the structure of this particular page here, you can see that this div is meant to actually be a header. So the header can contain the logo and contain other links that can be used to navigate around the web page. That is the navigation links, for example. This one could probably be a section, right, of the page. And this ones could probably be articles. So HTML now introduced a set of special HTML elements that holds this meaning. So for example, in a body, you can have the header here. So within this header, you can have the logo, you can have other navigation links. So, but the position of this box here shows that it is a header. And let's look at a typical website to see what the header looks like. So this is a website called dribble.com. This website has this header. So you can see that it has this navigation links, it has this logo right here, and it has a link for you to log in, sign up, hire creatives. And down here, it has other parts of the web page. But then I wanted to show you this particular header. So you can see that instead of just saying div, creating a div tag and putting all of these navigation links inside of the div tag, you can actually create a header tag and put all of this inside of the header tag. It makes more sense. And so some of the other semantic HTML that we have can be a section. So right here, we can have a section, just like we saw on that particular Dribble website. Just like here could be a section that has links or navigation, and it even has a search bar where users can search for items on this particular website. So that can be a section. And further down the line, we can have an article, all right, and another article. And down there, we can have the footer section. So footer can contain things like the copyrights and the year the website was built and things like that, and maybe other navigation links. Let's look at a typical website with the footer. Still on this website, if we go down here, you can probably see this footer. So the footer has these links, it has these links, company links, about, and so on and so forth, to actually go to different parts of this website. And down here you can see it has this copyright 2023 dribble, all rights reserved, and so on and so forth. This area can actually be seen as a footer, and so it makes more sense to actually use the footer tag and then put all of this content inside of the footer. So this, my friends, is the use of semantic HTML elements. So instead of having divs all around, we instead use something that is more meaningful, like header, section, article, footer, and so on and so forth. So we can let's work with some of those semantic HTML tags. So I'm going to delete what we have here now, the div tag and its content, and then I'm going to introduce the header tag, like so. And then within this header tag, we're going to have a logo. So I'm going to use an image right here to bring on the logo. At the moment, we do not have that logo image here, so I'm going to push in that logo image right here. So the logo image that I want is here, this oromachi.png. So this is document. Instead of the document, we have learning HTML, which is our folder. Within this folder, we have these files and then this folder. So I'm going to push this image right here. I'm going to copy it. Let me copy and then paste it right here. So we have this oromachi.png image here, and this is the logo that we're going to use. So now when we go back to our VS Code, we're going to see this logo there, and so we can bring on the logo to our HTML page. Let's get back to VS Code. In our VS Code, we have this second folder which contains code1.html, which is the current file that we're working with. So because we're working inside of this code1.html file, and this code1.html file is inside of our second folder, it means that our current working folder is this second folder. All right. And from this second folder, we have to exit and come up to learning HTML. So let's say / to exit and come to the level of learning HTML. So now that we're learning HTML, we can just say oromachi.png, like so. And so we have our logo there. And instead of this logo, I also want to bring on a tag, the anchor tag, and say home. And maybe another one, another anchor tag, and say support us, sort of. Maybe the website needs support and things like that, or partner with us. Let me put on partner with us. Partner with us. So I'm just going to have this inside of this header. And then outside of the header, I'm going to create another semantic HTML called section. So for section, I'm just going to have an h2 that would say we are the best, sort of. And then below the h2, I'm going to give a paragraph and then say, or use the lorem ipsum test. And then let me make this here so that we can see everything at once, so that we don't have to scroll, right? And oh no, where is our p tag, our closing p tag? Okay, let me add that right here. Okay, so we have this. So we have the header and we have the section, and oh no, now our section is gone too. So I'm going to close the section. All right, so we have our section and we have our header. Now let's save and view this file on the browser. Let me copy the path. Let me copy path and view on the browser. So on our browser, this is what we have. Look at the big logo, and then we have the links, home and partner with us. And then we have that paragraph here and the h3 tag. But at the moment, this logo is quite big. But we can do something. We can use the height and width attribute, remember, to actually resize this logo. So on our VS Code, we can actually, let's give the alt attribute oromachi logo, like so, just in case something goes wrong, remember? And then we can give the height attribute and we can say 50 pixels, and let's give the width to be 150 pixels, like so. And let's save this and view on the browser again. So when we refresh, now look at what we have, and this Oromachi is not well placed. Look at what we have. So currently we just have this header and then we have this section, but clearly there is no difference between the header and the section. That's because we've not added styling, and that's what we'll be doing soon enough when we get into our CSS. So but I just wanted to show us this and tell us that we can actually use semantic HTML to write our HTML codes. We use semantic HTML to make them well structured and well defined with proper meaning. And with that, my friend, we've come to the end of this HTML lecture. So next up, we'll be looking at CSS and learn how to style up our HTML tags so they look beautiful and look proper and well aligned. Alright, so we're here to learn CSS. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. Cascading here means that the codes are read from top to bottom. I'm really excited about this one because here we're going to learn about how to style our HTML code so they look more beautiful, more appealing, well defined, and well aligned. CSS is actually about property value pair. So for example, we can have a property such as color, background color, fonts, and things like that. And then we give the value of that property. For example, if we want to talk about color, we can have a value of blue for color. If we want to talk about background color property, we can have red, blue, yellow, and things like that. And that's how you give CSS codes. Now let's go to our VS Code and see how we can begin to style up our HTML codes. So right now we're in our VS Code. So I'm going to create a new folder for this class, for the CSS class. So I'm going to close this tab first of all. Come here and say open folder. Now I need to create a new folder for our project, right? So I want to go to the documents folder and say new folder. And then I want to give the name learning CSS, like so, and say create. And then I want to open this folder up in VS Code. Now this welcome tab is here again. I'm going to close it. And then inside of this learning CSS, I'm going to create a file that says firstpage.html. Because we need to first of all have the HTML page that we want to design or style, right? So I'm going to create this file and then I'm going to give out the boilerplate code of HTML. So I'm going to choose HTML5 like so. There are some codes here in the head that we haven't seen before, but I'm going to delete that so that we don't get confused. And then we'll just leave the title like so and then change the title to be styling document like so. So let me create an ample amount of space here and then within the body create some spaces within the body so that we can have something clear and neat to work with. Now within this body I'm going to introduce a semantic HTML tag, the header tag. So within this body I'm just going to tab in here and say header like so. And within this header, I want to give an h1 tag that says Oroma. And down here, I want to give an unordered list. And so I'm going to say UL like so. And then I'm going to give the LI. So I want to have things like apples. Oh, I love fruits so much, by the way. Apples, and then another list, say mangoes. Another list and say pears, right? Just like so. And I'm going to save this file. After saving this file, then I'm going to copy the path to this file and open it up in our browser. So I'm going to click here and copy. If you're on Windows, you can just click Control and right click or something like that. But if you're on Mac, you can click on Control and then just click on the first page and say you're going to be shown this right here. So I'm going to click on copy path. So now I've copied the path. I'm going to my browser and I'll paste that path and then go to this page. So right here in my browser, I have this. This is Oroma, and then we have this unordered list right here. Back to our VS Code. Now, how do we begin to style up our HTML page? Well, we need to find the place to add the CSS, right? So here, I can start to add my CSS to this h1 tag. Now, all HTML elements take on an attribute called style. We've seen previously that HTML elements can take on different kinds of attributes. So we've seen attributes such as alt for an image, for example. We've seen attributes such as width, such as height, and so on and so forth. So in that same manner, all HTML elements can take on a style attribute. So I'm going to give a style attribute to this h1 because I want to style this h1, right? And so within this style attributes, what I'm going to type in now will be a property value pair of CSS. That is what we also call a CSS rule. So we have for a CSS rule a property value pair. Now let's say for this h1 I want to give a background color of aqua. So I'm going to come here and say background color like so and give it of aqua. Oh, I can spell aqua right now. All right, like so. So let's save this file and then view this in our browser. So right here in our browser, let me refresh. And then you can see that the background of this h1 is now aqua. And remember, this h1 is a block level element. So everything is going to stretch from the first or left end of the browser to the right end of the browser. Now let's get back to our VS Code. So we're right back to our VS Code. Now, let's assume that we want to write in another h1 tag here, right? And say, what do we call this h1 now? What do we write here? Let's say animals are kind, like so. I'm going to Control S. And let's assume that we want this h1 to also have a background color of aqua. So how do we do it? We just come here, give it a style attribute, and then say background color of aqua. Like so, and then I'm going to save this and then preview on a browser once more. So when I refresh, we see another h1 which has a background color of aqua, and then it has the content animals are kind. So this is one way of adding stylings to our HTML code, and this way is known as inline styling. Inline because we're writing it directly within our HTML tag. But this is not really a very efficient way of writing out CSS. It can come in handy at times, but really, if we want to write serious CSS, we need to find a better way. Now, I'm going to delete this style in here, the style attributes, take it away, and also take that away from here. So we can see another way of adding CSS to our HTML codes. Now, that other way can be to come here within the head tag. Already, the head tag has a title within it. So we can pump in another tag called the style tag, like so. So within this style tag, we can begin to write in our CSS. So let's assume we want to style this h1, right? Remember, this h1 previously had a background color of aqua, right? So we can type h1. We're typing h1 right here because h1 is what we want to be able to style, right? So I'm going to say h1 and then open up this curly braces. And within this curly braces, I'm now going to give that property value pair. So I'm going to say background color of aqua, like so. So I'm going to save this file and then preview on a browser once more. When I refresh this browser, you see that we would not have any difference. It's just the same. That is because this is an h1 and this is an h1, and we are applying that background color of aqua to both of them. And now here we just wrote one h1 and apply this color, this background color of aqua. So we need not come here and say h1 again and apply that background color like so. Okay, we need not do this. Just one is already enough because we're targeting the same kind of element, right? So let's delete this one. So this way of writing CSS is known as internal styling. If we write it within our HTML tag, it's known as inline styling. If we write it here, up here within the style tag, we have it as internal styling. Now I'm going to show you one more way of writing CSS, and that other way is called external styling. So how does it work? Well, we can come here and create a CSS file. So let me come here, create a new file and say styling.css. This is probably the first time you're seeing a file that has the extension .css. So what this file is going to contain is a CSS code. Now let me come here and remove this styling. So I'm going to remove this and save this file first of all. And when we go to our browser and refresh, we'll be able to see that those stylings are gone. So let's get back to our VS Code. So within this styling.css, I'm going to say h1, just the same thing we had previously, say h1, and then within this h1, I'm going to say background color of aqua, like so. And so now this styling is just within this file. This styles that I'm giving here is within the styling.css. So I'm going to save this file like so. So now when I go back to the browser and refresh, we're not going to see any change, right? Oh, that's sad. Now let's go back to our VS Code to fix this. So in our VS Code, we wrote this external styling. This way of styling, that is writing your CSS code in an external file, is known as external CSS or external styling. So, but since we've written this same thing here, this h1, and given it a background color of aqua, why is our h1 tag, this one and this one, both of them, why are they not having the background color of aqua? That's because we've not told this HTML file how to locate this styling.css, or put more correctly, we have to give a link to this CSS file here. So how do we make that link? Remember, previously we talked about an anchor tag, right? But that's not the tag that we're going to use. The anchor tag is just to create a link that we'll be able to click on inside of the body, inside of the HTML page itself. But this one, we want to link a file inside of our HTML file. We want to link a CSS file, in this case, inside of our HTML file. So we come here, and now I'm going to introduce to you another HTML tag called the link tag, like so. So this link tag has two attributes, the rel attribute and the href attribute. The rel attribute, we have a value of style sheet, and the href attribute, we have the path to where this styling.css is. So let's locate this styling.css. We're inside of our first page.html, and first page.html is inside of learning CSS. So it means we're inside our current working directory. So I'm just going to say /, and then I'm going to choose styling, like so. So now when I save this and preview on our browser, we're going to see those changes. And now here we are. So those changes are back. So now we've seen the different ways of adding CSS to our HTML file. We can give the internal styling, which is coming here and providing the style tag, or we can have the inline styling, which is coming to the HTML itself to give the style, and we can use the external form of styling, which is creating a .css file and then linking it up in an HTML file where we want to be able to use that CSS file. So this way seems to be more efficient, because it means that if we have many HTML files, we can just provide the link to a CSS file to style that particular page. So we don't need to keep on writing CSS for every page, every HTML page that we create. Okay, now that we've seen the ways to bring in CSS into our file, let's actually adopt the internal styling. That's because we don't have a lot of HTML page at the moment. So let me delete this link right here, all right? And I'm going to leave this styling.css file, but I'm going to delete the link so that we can use internal styling instead. So I'm going to bring back our style, and then within there, I'm going to say h1, just like we had previously, h1, and then give the curly braces, and then give the property value pair. So in this case, we had background color, oh, I can't spell background this time, of aqua, like so. So I'm going to save this file. So we'll still have the same thing we had previously, right? Now, we've been able to style this h1. There are other ways to select a particular kind of HTML tag for styling. In this way, this first way that we wrote h1, this way is called type selector. So type is just talking about that HTML tag, in this case, h1 tag. So we can say h1 and then give the styling. So let's look at other ways of selecting a particular HTML element for styling. Now, HTML tags can also take on an attribute called class attribute, like so. So class is just used to identify this particular HTML element, just like we had ID previously. ID is also used to identify, but that is a unique identification system. So class can be used to identify a particular HTML tag, and you can use it in any number of HTML elements or tags that we want, but ID can only have one name to it. So if, for example, we have a class and give it a value of first, or let me say something like the h1, just like so. Let me give a class of the h1, and so instead of coming here to say h1, I can say dots the h1. So this way, these dots represent that this actual name is a class and not a type. Remember, a type is that particular HTML tag, just like h1, ul, li, header, body, and so on and so forth. But this one is a class, and you will know that it's a class by this dot that I've given here. So dot the-h1, that is dot the h1. So this is a style name, and we give this here. All right, so we want the HTML element with a class of the h1 to have a background color of aqua. So let me save this and preview on our browser. So now when I refresh, you notice that we're going to have only one h1 with this background color of aqua. So now we just have the Oroma with the background color of aqua. Why is that so? And that's because now we selected the h1 class to have a background color of aqua. So any element that has the h1 will definitely have a background color of aqua, and other stylings that we might give inside of here. Let me give a font family to this h1 font family. So let me give something like Sigo UI and all of this stuff here. All right, and let me save this and preview again on our browser. So when I refresh, you're going to see that the font family of this h1 has changed. Now, what if we also want this h1 to actually have these stylings? How do we do it? We just can come here and give the same class name. Simply give the class name the h1, like so. So it means that this h1 right here, we have a background color of aqua and the font family of all these ones here. Okay, the browser will usually select the one that is easily available, the first one. If no, it goes to the second one. If no, it goes to the third one, and so on and so forth. So it means that this h1 here and this h1 here is going to have these stylings. So when I save this file and then preview on a browser, refresh, so you see that it gets the stylings now. So that is it for the class selector. Remember, we've talked about the type selector. Now is the class selector. Now, what if we want this list to also have the same stylings as these h1s? We can just say class, give it a class property, or the class attributes rather, and provide the h1 like so, and save this. So you're going to see that just this list, the first one, apples, we have the stylings. Now let's see what it looks like. Now I'm going to refresh, and you see that it gets this styling. So you can see only apples get this styling. So we can add this class name to any HTML tag or element that we want to actually have the set of styles right here. Now, there is another way to select an HTML element or to target an HTML element, and that is through the ID selector. So let's look for an element to give an ID, or let's actually come to this header here and give it an ID. Remember, an ID is a unique identifier, so we can only have one HTML tag or element with only one type of ID. So let me say I give it the ID of first header, like so. And remember to try to give meaningful names to your ID and classes and things like that. It makes sense and it helps you to identify them later on. Okay, so now header has an ID of first header. Now that I've given this ID of first header, there is no other HTML element that should have this ID of first header. Just like I have it here, I can't come here and say, I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't say first header like so. No, this is wrong. Okay, or maybe give an ID rather, since it's a class. Okay, give an ID like this. and say ID of first header. This is wrong. Okay, so only one element should have an ID with the same name. So I'm going to delete this, all right, and just write class, the h1 still. Okay, like so. So I want to target this header, all right. So how do I target it? I can target it in two ways. I can say header, okay, and then give the stylings that I want. For example, I want the background color of, oh no, can't spell background this time. Background color of this header should be, what color do I choose now? Let me choose aquamarine. All right, yeah, aquamarine. Oh, this color seems to be a bit, I don't know, I don't like it very much. Let me say let me look for another color here. Let me select dark salmon. Haha, I think I'm gonna like this one, of dark salmon, right? Now let me save this and then preview on our browser. So let me refresh. Oh, now, so you see that the header is having this background color of dark salmon. Remember, this h1 and this h1 and the another list are all inside of the header tag, as you can see. Now, they're not looking exactly like the box you see because you don't have an ample amount of space and you don't have spacings outside of the box and all of that, but we're going to talk about that pretty soon. Let's get back to our VS Code. So, but instead of saying header, we can also give an ID, use an ID to target this particular element right here. So we can say, instead of the header, we can say hash to give a header, first header, like so, and save this. So the dot symbol is used to give a class name, while the hash symbol is used to give an ID name. So when I save this file and preview on the browser, we'll still have the same thing. So you see, nothing has changed. So now we've talked about 3 ways that we can use to select or target a particular HTML tag or element. We'll talk about the type selector, where you can give the h1 or header or the body and things like that. We talked about the class selector, where you can give a class name, and we talked about the ID selector. Now let's actually give the A tag, that is the anchor tag on our page. So let me just, outside of this UL, the unordered list, I'm going to give the A tag, the anchor tag right here. And for the text, I'm going to say welcome to styling, like so. Okay, for this href, I don't want this link to lead us to anywhere yet, so I'm just going to pass in an hash. So this tells you that it shouldn't go anywhere, but then it's a link, right? It's a link that leads to nowhere yet. So let me Control S and then preview on our browser to actually see what we have. So I'm going to refresh, and then we have that welcome to styling. So when I click it, nothing happens. It goes nowhere because we've not provided anything in the href attribute. So what if we want to be able to select this A tag? And in fact, I think I should put my browser side by side so that we can see the changes that we're making in real time. We don't have to actually leave the VS Code and go to the browser and all of that. So I'm going to put them side by side. All right, I think it's okay this way. So if you look currently on this tag that says welcome to styling, you can see that the color is something like blue. All right. So what if we want to style up this A tag? How do we do that? We can come here and say A tag, right? So we're using this type selector here. So we can say A tag and then give the styling that we want. So we can introduce the color property like so, and let's give it a color of, what color do I give now? Let me give a color of chocolate, and Control S and refresh. So now you can see that the color here has changed. So, but what other way, because this is a type selector, right? What if we want to select this A tag in some other way? Let's use another way to select this A tag right here. So we've seen the type selector, we've also seen the class and ID selector. Now it's time for us to see the attribute selector. Now if you look at this A tag, right, it has an attribute called href. So we can just come here and say href, but we're going to put it in this bracket like so and say href like so. So if we want to select an attribute, you can wrap it up in this square bracket. So this href is pointing to any tag, any HTML element that has the attributes of href. So when I refresh, in fact, let me change the color here so that we can see the changes that have been made when we refresh. So let me say color. Let me give another color. Let me say aquamarine, like so. And so I'm going to save this, and then let's refresh our browser here. So you can see that the color has changed to aquamarine. And there is this underline under this A tag. So I can also say text decoration, or not text align, sorry, text decoration, like so, and say none. Save this and refresh. And now that underline is gone. So did you see that we were able to target this particular A tag by using the attribute selector? Remember, this href is an attribute, so we can just select the attribute, but then we need to wrap it up inside of square brackets. So right now, what if we want to introduce another A tag? So let's say A, like so, and then let's say nice styling. Okay, but this one, let's say it has a link to a particular HTML file. So let me come here and create another HTML file that says second page.html, like so. And instead of this, I'm just going to have the boilerplate code like we had before. And then I'm going to delete these ones here. All right, and say learning as the title. And here I'm going to give just a div. Let me give a div here. No special meaning, right? Div, and have an h1 that says welcome to second page. All right, like so. So I'm going to save this file. And so instead of our first page.html, I want to give the link to this second page, right? So I'm just going to say / second page, like so. So I'm going to save this and then refresh. And then you can see we have nice styling. And remember, you can see that it has started to pile up on the same line, right? And that's because this A tag is an inline level element. So I can add a break tag here, like so, and refresh. And now it has come down here, right? Good. Let me push this aside a bit so we can have more space. And I'm going to zoom in a bit on this browser. All right. I think this is okay. All right. And now you can notice something. This second anchor tag has taken on the style that we put here, right? Why is that so? Because it also has an href attribute. But what if we wanted to select it differently? How do we do it? We can just say href. We can have another definition. You can say href is equal to, and then we give the link to the part we provided. So we say / second page.html, like so. So we've selected this particular tag here, right? And so we can give the curly brackets down here. We can give the curly bracket. Let's say we want the color instead to be something like blanched almond. I think I pronounced that right. And we want no text decoration, right? None, like so. Just the same styling, but then we're selecting it differently. So we're saying that this one, any HTML element with this attribute of href should have this style. And then we're saying that any HTML element that has this attribute of href with this particular value should have this style. So now when I save and then refresh, so you can see that the color here has changed, and that's because we selected it differently. So these are some of the ways that we can use to select our HTML elements or tags. And this sort of way is called an attribute value selector, because here is the attribute and here is the value of that attribute. All right, so let's see another way or a few more ways of actually selecting HTML tags for styling. And I think the space here isn't enough. Let me actually push this all the way down so that we can have enough space here to see our codes. All right. Okay, At this point, I think I should do away with this header, okay, and use another semantic HTML just for demonstrative purposes. So I have a section right now, and inside my section, I'm going to have an H1 that says, welcome to my section, like so. And then I'm going to have a couple of paragraphs. The first paragraph, let me use the lorem text. And as always, this stuff likes to stretch. So let me bring them down so we can see all of them at once. You can see our codes at once, like so. Okay, actually, I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to copy and then paste it down here. So we have 2 paragraphs. Control V or Command V if you're on Mac. Select this and then you can click the Shift and Tab to structure it where you want to be. Okay, I'm going to push this again, Shift and Tab. All right, let's take it backwards. All right, so we have within this section, we have this H1 and we have 2 paragraphs here. All right, so let me save this and preview our first page. Okay, now we have welcome to my section and these 2 paragraphs. So now what if we wanted all of our text here, maybe the first letter of the text, that is W, L, and L, to actually have some sort of styling? How do we do it? So we can come here. Let me deal with these stylings right here. Okay, so we have an empty styling. So I can come here and say colon first letter, like so. So this is what we call pseudo class selectors, okay? Because this one is like a class, but it's like a pseudo class. So we can come here and say, we give a colon and write the pseudo class, and then we can say font size. Let's give something like 30 pixels. I don't know how big that is going to be, but let's save and then refresh. So when I do that, you can see that this W, this L, and this L has this font size of 30 pixels. And so this is a pseudo class selector. Remember, we've not used the type selector, that is the H1 or P or section or things like that. We've not used the class selector. We've not used the ID selector. We did not even use the attributes or attribute value selector. We just use a pseudo class selector. So we can do something like this, and you have more of this kind of pseudo class selector. So we can have something like first line, and so it means that every line, the first line of each HTML tag, we get this styling. We have this font size of 30 pixels. So let me refresh. So you can see that the first line, this H1 only has 1 line, so definitely it got to it. This second one, this is a paragraph, right? So the first line has this font size, and then this is the second paragraph. The first line has a font size of 30 pixels. So these are some of the pseudo class selector. There are a lot of property value pairs. That's a lot of stylings. You have over 500 of them and all of that, many of them, and new ones can even be introduced. But we just need to learn some of the basic ones and we can start designing our HTML pages. We just need about 50, 60 thereabout just to know them, and then we can do all we want. And anyone we don't really understand, we can go and read the docs at Mozilla developers. So we can go to a site called developer.mozilla.org. They keep the documentation of HTML, CSS, and other programming languages. All right, so we can actually search for something here. So you can say CSS docs, like so. You can click on it and then you can find information. You can even see tutorials, or you can ask a particular question and things like that. They just provide the documentations. Okay, and so that's it for this sort of styling. But what if we wanted a particular tag or HTML element to actually have this font size and not just any first line of all the elements, of any element on the page? Because right now what we're saying is that the first line of any HTML element on the page should have a font size of 30 pixels. But what if we wanted just the first letter of a paragraph? So we can come here and instead say P, like so, and Ctrl S. And when we come here, we can refresh. And so we see that it has the first line of having a font size of 30 pixels. Now the H1 is no longer having that. All right, we can even confirm that if we choose, instead of the first line, let's go with the first letter of P. So when I refresh, you can see now just the first letter of P. If we have another element here, let's say H2, that says I am a H2 setup, and refresh, we see that it doesn't have this styling. So this one is just an H2, right? So that's just the way it is. So now we've talked about different kinds of selectors. We've talked about the class ID, pseudo class selector, attribute selector, attribute value selector, and so on and so forth. Now let's get back to our anchor tag. I'm going to delete all of this. I'll be deleting the codes as I write them just to make space for us so we can see things properly. And delete the styling here and refresh. And now we have an empty page. So, but within this section still, I want to introduce the anchor tag. And for the anchor tag, I'm going to say something like, take me somewhere. But right now, I don't want you to go anywhere. So I'm just going to provide the hash symbol, like so. And then I'm going to refresh and refresh our browser. So you see, take me somewhere. Let me zoom in on that a bit. Take me somewhere. Now, if you notice, you see that anchor tags will usually have this default blue color and it will usually be underlined, right? And that is the styling applied to it from the browser. So the browser can also apply styling, and that is the default behavior of anchor tags. They take on this blue color and an underline. And of course, we've seen before that we can actually take out the underline and change the color or edit the tag in the way that we want. Okay, so now that we've talked about pseudo class selector, I also want to talk about the link, visited, and active. So usually this is a link. So we can have the link selector like so. We can say A and say link. So we can say maybe color to be purple, like so. Anchor tags are links, right? So we want to say that when you see them on the web page, that the color should be purple. Now the color that should be assigned to them should be purple instead of this blue color. And so let me refresh. Oh, I haven't saved it, so let me save, Ctrl S, and then refresh. So now it takes on this color. So that's for this A link. So this is also a sort of pseudo class selector. Let me provide another anchor tag that will take us to our second page.html, like so. And I'm going to say, take me to second page, like so. Now we're going to notice something. I'm going to Ctrl S. And of course, this second anchor tag will have the default styling, right? Oh no, it won't, because I already gave that all anchor tags, the links should be of this color, purple. All right, so it will have this same color, the same styling. Let me give a break tag here so that it can go on the next line. Let me give a couple of those, BR, like so, Ctrl S. So it goes down 2 lines, like so. So this one says, take me somewhere. This one says, take me to second page. But before I add this styling, let me just do away with this. Ctrl S, refresh. So back to the original styling we had. If you visit a link, when I click on this, what happens? It takes me to this file, right? Remember, this one says, welcome to second page. So it takes me here, then we can go back to that same page. Let me zoom in a bit and try that again. Okay, it takes me to welcome to second page. Let me go back. Normally, if we were to visit a particular page, let's say bing.com, for example, and then we have it in our browser's history. Let me do that actually. Let me say, okay, HTTPS or HTTP, like so. Let me give bing.com, like so. Now I'm going to save this and refresh. So remember, initially, when we had a link linking us to our second page, when we clicked it and came back, this color was still the same thing. But let's see what happens now when we click this take me to second page. Of course, it's no longer take me to second page. It's now take me to Bing page, because remember in the href we've already changed it to bing.com. So let me save and then refresh. Good, take me to Bing page. So let me click on this and it takes me to Bing. Now when I get back, the color of this particular text is supposed to change, but I don't see it changing. And the reason is because this my browser window is set to private. So private will not keep any history of where we've been, of the pages or websites that we have visited. So I'm going to change my browser window to become the ordinary type instead of the private window. So now I've changed my browser's window, like the window, I've changed it to be the ordinary type of window instead of the private one. Okay. So now let me refresh and still go to Bing page. It takes me to Bing, and when I get back, now you can see that this color has changed. If you notice, this one has also changed, and that's because somewhere in our browser's history we have visited this page before. All right, so even when I refresh, you see that it's no longer that blue color. But what we can do is to actually delete the browser's history. So I'm going to go to history and clear history and clear all history. So now that I cleared all the history, the color has returned. And now if I visit Bing page, I go to Bing, but when I come back, the color has changed to purple. So this is a default browser behavior. But we can also change that in our styling, and that's why I wanted to show you this. So we can have the A colon visited, like so. And so we want to give a color of the text whenever we visit it. Okay, so I can say color should be aqua. I think I like this color, I don't know why. Like so. So I'm going to Ctrl S, refresh. So you can see that the color has changed. And why did it change? Because remember, we have this bing.com website in our browser's history. So a previously visited link will change color. Now if I clear my browser history once more, clear all the history, it turns back, and when I visit this and come back, it changes. When I visit this, it changes. All right, this one has no link to anywhere, so but it's been clicked, right? So it's assumed that it has visited somewhere, and that's why the color will change also. Good. So we've seen a link, a visited. Now what about a hover? So we can also have hover. What does hover mean? Hover means when we take our mouse over that particular tag. Let me actually clear my browser's history. Where is the history? Okay, click here, get the history, clear my browser's history, clear history. Okay, now a hover means whenever I take my mouse over to this link, what should happen? So you can see that the color is changing to this aqua. Can you see that? Just by hovering around it. I have not visited it by clicking, I'm just hovering. And so that's what a colon hover means. So these are pseudo links, right? And there is another one called a active. So on a active, we want the color to be something like yellow, which means when we actually press down that link, all right, we didn't refresh this. Let me refresh this. So when I press down, you see the color has changed to yellow. Okay, whenever I press down, the color changes to yellow. You can see. So that's the use of this a colon active. And it's also good to see that if I should remove this code here, let me select everything, this active code, all right, and Ctrl S and refresh. When I click this, you see that it's no longer going to be yellow. That is when it becomes active. Now it's red, and this red color is the default styling by the browser. Okay, when I press and hold, that's active, it becomes red instead of yellow. But if I should return the style and save and now refresh, when I press down, it becomes yellow. When I press down, it becomes yellow. So it's important you note this, all right, because we're going to be using it for our links. Okay, so now let's talk about structural pseudo classes. These structural pseudo classes are based on the position or structure of the HTML codes that we have. Let me again delete the stylings we have to demonstrate this, and let me delete what we have right here to demonstrate this. So when I refresh, we'll have a clean slate to start with. Oh, I didn't save it. Okay, let me. All right, it's clear. So what are structural pseudo classes? Let's, inside of our body, introduce this article tag, okay? And then inside of this article, we're going to have something like articles. Let's say H2 and say an article about coding, okay? And then here I'm going to have a p tag. Oh, I don't like populating this, it's so boring. Okay, Lorem, here you are. But then let me make it just like so that we can see everything at a glance. I think this is the most boring thing I do on VS Code, trying to set these paragraphs correctly. Okay, now we have this paragraph, right? I'm going to introduce another p tag, but maybe with shorter text, right? So we can see everything clearly. So let me just copy this one, Ctrl C, and come here, Ctrl V, like so. And let me come here again and give a p tag and say Ctrl V, like so. Okay, so I'm going to save this and preview on the browser. We should have, okay, so we have an article about coding and we have these 3 paragraphs. Now it's time to talk about the structural pseudo classes. First of all, let's understand the structure of our HTML code. We have an article, all right, that's inside of a body, yeah? And then this article has an H2 as a child, a p tag as a child, another p tag as a child, and the last p tag as a child. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4 children inside of the article. This H2 is the first child. This p tag right here is the second child. This one here is the third child, and this one here is the 4th child. So what if we wanted to select this H2, which is the first child of article? How do we do that? So we can come here to the style and say article, like so, colon, first child. And remember previously we talked about parents-children relationship when we're talking about HTML, right? So this article has the first child to be H2. So I want to say article colon first child to target this H2. So I can give a style and let me say background color of aqua. Oh, I love aqua. I don't know why, but I love this color. So we're going to write like this article and then first child, but then we need to give a space here. Okay, so we come here and give a space. So we have article and then first child. We save and then refresh. So article about coding has been targeted. How do we do that? We have to say article and then give space. Remember, there should be a space here after the article, and then write colon first child together, and then that selects this first element here, or this first tag. So the way it works is that you say in article, go find the first child, and the first child in article is this H2. Is it clear? So, but if we wrote it like this without the space, now I've removed the space and I'm going to save this and then refresh. You see that everything here gets selected. And why is that? Because we're saying that we should select an article that is the first child. So remember, we also have this body tag, right? And inside of the body tag, we have this article. And if you see article is the first child within this body. What if we have a second article here? Let me write that, or no. Article like so. Oh no, why? Give me article. Okay, so what if we have this article, second article, and we say P, and let's say this is a second article, like so. I'm going to have this P down here, all right, when I refresh the browser, and it's not going to get selected. Why is that? Because it's a second child within this body. So there are 2 different things, right? This way of writing it without the space says select an article tag that is a first child. So, and this article is indeed a child, right? A child of who? It's a child of the body because it's inside of the body. Okay, the first child is within the body, like so. So we're saying select this first child. And of course, since we gave background color of aqua, everything within the first child will have this color, because we said article should have a background color of aqua. Okay, but then the second one is not going to have, the second article right here, and the third one and other ones will not have that color. Okay, because these articles will not be the first child. Okay, we're only trying to select the first child, and that means if we come up here in the body and introduce another article, what happens now? Remember, this article becomes the first child, right? It becomes the first child, and so we can say h3 for example and say this is a heading in first article. Okay, so right now we have 3 articles within the body. The first one here, the second one right here, or right here, and the third one right here. Okay, 3 articles, and then this CSS is saying select the article that is a first child. So it will go anywhere it finds article as a first child and select it. So right now this one will be selected when we refresh our browser. Let me save this file and refresh the browser. So you see now this one becomes selected. The background turns to this aqua because of this styling. Okay, but if we give a space here, you have to know the difference. Okay, with the space here, what it is saying is that any first child within article. So let's look at article. This is an article, right? So the first child of this article is this h3. Let's assume that we can add h4 here and say this h4 is a second child, you can spell child, of article, of this article to be precise. All right, this h4 is the second child of this article. Okay, so we're saying that any first child within article should be selected. So this h3 should be selected because it's a first child within article. This h2 here should be selected because it's the first child within this second article, and this one will also be selected because it's a first child within this article. So we have this one to be selected, all right, and this h2 to be selected, all right, and definitely this one to be selected. So let me refresh the browser. I haven't saved the file. I'm going to save and then refresh the browser. So you can see this one has that styling, this one has that styling, and this one has that styling. So they're all the first children within article. So anywhere article is fine, the first child should be targeted. This is the difference between writing it like this and removing the space like so. So you should take note of that. Another sort of pseudo selector that we have is called the nth child selector. So I'm still going to leave our structure like this. Let me pull this up a bit so that we can see some of those things at a glance. Okay, so I'm going to remove this styling and type out nth child. So this one is just saying the first child, or second child, or third child. So I'm going to say second child like so. And I'm going to save and then refresh. Let's see. Oh, there is no styling. So let's provide the styling, this CSS rule. So I'm going to say background color. I'm using background color because it makes it obvious to see the stylings where they are applied. So I'm going to still choose my Aquaman. Haha. All right, and Control S, refresh. Wow, we get everything colored. And why is that so? Because we've said nth child, so second child, right? Sort of, because we've provided 2 here. And if you look at the body is within the HTML, right? And HTML is having this head, first of all, as the first child, and then the body as the second child. You can see. So body is the second child of HTML. So since body is the second child of HTML, definitely everything within body will have this color. So we can narrow it down to a specific tag, right? So for example, if we want to say the second child within the body tag, so we can say body and give a space like this, Control S, and then refresh. Okay, so you see that now that we've written like this. Remember, there is a space after the body here, okay? And that's saying any second child within the body should have this background color of aqua. So come to the body. Is this a first child or second child? Is this? This is a first child though. But look at this. Within this first child, we have H3 and H4. So H3 is a first child, H4 is a second child. So H4 will get selected because H4 is a second child within the body. So anywhere, any tag that is within the body that is a second child in any way will be selected. Now this article already is a second child, right? And is a second child of the body, within the body. So definitely everything within this article will be selected because it's a second child. Meanwhile, this third article is a third child, so the CSS is not going to apply. Simply like that. Okay, and what if we decide to change it to 1, or let me change it to 3. So this is saying that any third child within the body. So let's go to find the third children within a body. This one is the first child, right? But it has H3, which is the first child within article, second child within article. So it's not going to work on any of this, right? This is a second child of body, but within it we have this H2 as the first child, this P tag as the second child, and this P tag as the third child. So it's going to work on this one since we are selecting any third child within the body. It's going to work on this P tag, and then that's just it. So it's going to only work on the P tag. So when I save and refresh, we can see that it worked on this, and then it's going to work on the article, right? Because the article is the third child of this body. So we have 1, then we have 2, second child, we have the third child. So it works on article, and then it's going to work on the third child within this particular article. So any third child anywhere, it's going to work on it. Simple like that. All right, so that, my friends, is the nth selector. Now I'm going to clean up this style so that we can have some space. Okay, let's have some breathing space. And one thing you should be doing is actually code along with me. That's the surest way to learn and master these things. You need to practice, you need to look at my codes and actually type them out there in your computer for you to actually learn and internalize these things. Okay, so I'm going to introduce the ancestor descendant selector. Okay, so let's say, for example, within the body we have a div, and this div has h1 like so, and says, welcome my sweetheart. Oh, where is my sweetheart? I don't know, but I'm just going to welcome you. So let's say there is a p tag too. Okay, and this p tag, oh, let me use the lorem. Oh, not again, this lorem. Okay, but I'm going to do that, do all of this hard work and have them like this, like so, like so. So we have h1, we have p. If I let me have more of p, let me just have a shortened version of them. I don't need to have all this text so that we can have some space, right? So let me delete this. So let's have it like this. In fact, let me put this p on that same line so that we can have some good amount of space and see everything at a glance. Good. Let me copy this. Lorem, consecutive, whatever. I don't understand this language. Maybe it's Latin, I guess. So we have this p, all right? Now let's have another div within this div that will have a p and say this same thing. And let's have an h4 that says grab it now. And let's have a paragraph that says, I think I should begin to write something more romantic. Oh my god, let me say, the sun shines in my heart. Oh my god, I hope I'm not gonna burn. All right, so let's have this structure like this. Within the body, we have just one div, okay? And that's the only direct child to the body. But within the div, we have h1, p, and another p tag, and then we also have a div. So right now, what if I want to target all the p tag in this body? Okay, so I can say body like so, and give a space and write P like so. So what this means is that inside of this body, any P you find should have this styling. As simple as that. So let me change the color. That's it, color. Don't confuse background color with color. Color stands for the text color actually, and the background color is for the background, like the box itself. All right. So this one is the text color that I want to deal with now. So color, let me make color to be, okay, maroon. Maroon seems to be a good color. So bloody red. Let me save this. So this styling is saying find the P's within this body and give them this styling. So I'm going to save this file. I already saved it, and I'm going to refresh. Oh, now look at all that. So all the P's, the sun shines in my heart, oh my God, and all these other P's. Okay, so you can see the H1 is not going to be styled, of course, because we said only P's, right? So all the P's, anywhere there is a P. How many P tags do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 styled. So even if we have, instead of this H4, assuming instead of the H4, we decide to have a P tag, like so. Let me say another P tag, another one, just like this, and save it and control. So you can see another one. Now it's only this thick because it's inside of H4, right? Good. So, but the point is that this text or this color is going to apply to any P tag it finds within the body. If we want to limit it to a div, we can do so. So let's go and say div. So it means any P tag you find within a div. Now it's still going to be the same thing because all the P tags here are within a div, right? This P right here is within this div, this P right here is within this div, and these two P tags are within this div, right? So when I save and refresh, it's still going to be the same thing. All right. So, but if outside of this div, I have a P tag, let me introduce a couple of P tag and write this one and introduce another one and put the same thing. So these P tags are outside of the div, right? So when I save this, they're not going to be affected by this color. They're not going to have this red color. They'll just be the normal color black. Now that we've gotten to this point, it's high time I told you about the default browser's settings or stylings applied to certain HTML elements, or those particular stylings that are there by default. Okay, so I'm going to clear this out again. Let me just clear this and clear these ones, everything within the body. Okay, and now that I've done that, let's just have an H1. Let's say welcome, and let's have an anchor tag that leads nowhere, and let's put up leads nowhere, like so. And I'm going to save this and refresh. Now let me maximize this browser for a while, and I'm going to show you something that is sweet to some programmers. I mean, programmers use it to actually look at the codes. Web developers use it to look at the code and monitor their codes. It's called the developer tool of this browser. So I'm going to say inspect elements, and so this stuff pops up. All right, so here we can see certain stylings applied by the browser, or the ones we've applied already in our codes. You can see all of that here. So you can see that within the body we have this H1, and we also have this anchor tag. Now when we click on this anchor tag, we can see the stylings that have been applied. You can see H1 and look at all these stylings. All right, did we apply these stylings ourselves? No, we did not. So who did? The browser. The browser was so good, kind enough to give us the stylings. I don't know who asked it to do so, but definitely that's because those who wrote the HTML codes made it to be this way. So, but the point is that they have these stylings by default, okay? And you can see that's why this welcome, the H1 tags are usually big. Look at the size here. The font size is about 2 EM. We're going to talk about this EM later on, but then you can see how big it is. So I can even try to maybe apply my own stylings if I want, but I don't think I should do that now. But I just wanted to show us that these stylings have been applied. And if you click on the anchor tag, you can see the stylings that have been applied on the anchor tag. You can see there is a text decoration line of underline, color of WebKit link, and all of that. All these styles we did not give it. It was given by the browser, right? Good. Now let's get back to our VS Code and delete this before it becomes confusing. Minimize the browser window and we're back to here. So now that we've talked about those default browser styling, let's actually delete what we have here and introduce a div so that we can talk about CSS inheritance. So if we have a p tag here within the div that says this paragraph is within a div, like so, and save this work and view on the browser. So we have this, all right? But what if we come here, or let's come here to this styling. Let's use the internal styling and select this div, and let's give this div a color of aqua. I love aqua. Let's save and see what happens. Remember, I gave this color to the div, right? Now, it's a div that is supposed to have this color of aqua. But what's going to happen? You're going to see that this paragraph is going to have that color. Why is that so? That's because of inheritance. And now I'm going to take you back to that stuff that I showed you earlier on, the developers window or console, what they call it. So I'm going to maximize this browser. So we'll see what has happened to this, our beautiful paragraph. So I'm going to inspect element, go to this body, go to this div, click on this paragraph. Look, it has these stylings, right? But then if you come here, you can see something. It says inherited from div. I don't know if I can zoom this. Let me try. Oh, I can zoom in. That's good. So you can see it's inherited from div. All right. So, and that gave it this color of aqua. You can see. How cool is that? That's inheritance. So because the paragraph is within the div, it's inherited the color that we gave to the div. Okay, we can stop here for now. Let's get back to our VS Code. I'm going to minimize the browser's window and come back here. So it means that there are some stylings, some CSS stylings that can actually be inherited. All right. So now that we've talked about that, let's talk about something else. One sort of styling called the border. The border is just that box outlining. If you remember, we talked about CSS elements seen as a box, right? So the border of the box, the outline. So let me actually give it. You're not going to see that border except when you give a sort of background color and probably give the border. So you have to give the border to actually see it aligned or show properly. So I'm going to give a background color, a border rather, that is 1 pixel thick, and I'm going to give it solid as a style and black as a color. I love black. I think there is a movie now that said black is the new gold. Oh, I don't know if that's the name of a movie, but I guess I'm giving these guys some ideas. So I'm going to save this file. All right. And we have border 1 pixel solid black. And that's for the div, right? Let's, see what we have. So this div now gets this box. So this is what we call the border. All right, the uppermost border, the rightmost, the bottom border, and the left border. So you can see that's what the border does. All right, HTML elements actually are like boxes. And what if we give a background color to this div? Let me give, I've chosen agua already, or aqua, I think. Let me give it azure, I think, or should I give antique white, like so. Let me save. Now you can see this. Oh, this thing is not all that visible. Let me zoom in a bit. Okay. So this is what we've got. But now remember before we wrote this color for the div, this paragraph within the div took on this color. But why is it not taking the border also? That's because color is something that can be inherited by a child, but border is not inherited by a child. All right. So if you want to give the border for the P, you can just select the P like so and say border like so, 1 pixel, solid black. We could have given any other color that we wanted, right? Let me refresh, and now you can see. So I guess the reason it did not inherit the border we gave on the div is because it's going to look awful. You can imagine having all those elements there and then they're having all this border there and there, you know, except we're going to style it and make it look better. But then it's not really looking nice. So I'm going to remove that styling, Ctrl S and refresh. Okay, so this is just to tell you that there's some CSS properties that can be inherited by a child. Just like the way this p tag here inherited the color aqua that we gave to the div. All right, now it's time for us to talk about cascade. Let me deal with this out and then this one out. So earlier on we talked about cascade. Remember, CSS stands for cascading style sheets. Okay, and that cascade means that the CSS looks at the code from top to bottom. So let's assume inside here we already have a p tag like so that says this is a paragraph like so. Okay, but then we want to style this p tag. Now let's come here and say p, and let's say color of brown. Let's give it brown color. We have, this is a paragraph, right? So this is a paragraph is in brown color. So but what if we now have our styling.css, that external styling? Let's change this to p like so and say color. Remember, it's the text color that we're trying to change, and let's give it the color of aqua and save this. And then in our first page we're going to import this. Let's give the link like so. So the link, remember, the link tag takes on the attributes of rel and href. So this rel is just a relationship, and so this is a style sheet, right? So that's what it just means. The relationship of the file that we're trying to link is that it is a style sheet, and then the href is the link. So we say dot slash and go to styling.css like so. So which one actually gets applied? Is it this p with the color of brown, or this styling with the color of aqua? Let me close this one. With the color of aqua, which one gets applied? Let's refresh and see. Oh, the one within here, the style tag gets applied. And why is that so? Well, that's because what happens is that when you load this page in the browser first of all makes this paragraph an aqua color, because the link we provided is here. All right, so it first of all makes it an aqua, and then as it goes down and sees that, oh, but here is the p tag with the color of brown, so it changes it to brown, and that is why we see just brown. And that's what is known as the cascade effect. All right, so this link first of all came here. So after this code, then the browser kept on reading line 7, line 8, line 9, line 10, and on line 9 it saw, oh, there is a p tag here and it has a color of brown. Then it changes it to brown. So that means that if we take this one, let's take this link and let's take it off here and actually put it down here after the style and refresh. Now is the color of aqua. All right, and why is that? Because when the browser was reading this code, it first thought that styling had a p tag that was designed to be brown, so it made it brown. But as it kept going, it went to 12, 13, 14, and it saw, oh, there is a link here with a style, a link to a style, and then in that style there is this p tag to set to aqua, has its color set to aqua. So it quickly changes it to this aqua, and that's why we see aqua. So you see, it reads from top to bottom, and that is just the effects of cascade. All right, but now let's see what happens when we come to this paragraph and then have the style tag like so, and then say color is yellow like so. Ctrl S. So which one is actually going to get applied? Is this one, right? Because the browser first of all reads this one, then it reads this one, and then it reads this one, and finally this one is going to be yellow. But actually the reason why it is yellow is not just because it is written lastly here. The reason is because this inline styling takes precedence over the internal styling and the external styling. So let's see what that means too. If, for example, we take this link can be anywhere actually, but we usually put it inside of the head tag, but we can usually write it anywhere we want. So let me take it outside here and put it just after the body. Okay, and paste it here, right here. So it's now the last thing, the last styling, right? And Ctrl S. When I refresh it, this will still be yellow. And why is that? Because this inline styling is stronger than the external styling, and definitely stronger than the internal styling. And that's just it. So for the cascading, it works when you compare the internal styling, which is writing CSS like this, and the position of the external CSS or styling, which is this one. But once you have the inline styling written inside of the HTML tag, it will always take precedence. So it's just good you know that. So now that we've talked about cascading with internal, external, and inline CSS, let's talk about some style specificity. First of all, I want to talk about ID, class, and type selector. So let me delete what we have here, all right, and this styling here, like so, and save this page, and then refresh our browser. So we have nothing. So let me introduce another tag. What do I call this tag? Let me say h4 tag and say this is an h4, like so. So this h4, I can give it a class attribute. Remember, class is used to identify this h4 element. And let me say h4 class, like so. And then I can also give it an ID. It can take both an ID and a class at the same time. So ID, like so, and give it h4 ID, like so. So now, instead of this style, let's have h4. Let's have, okay, let me make it a one-liner. Since it's just one line of code I want to write, let me write on the same line. So let me say color blue, and let me say dots. Remember, we want to select the class, right? Select it by class, h4 class. Let me make the color red. And now let me select the ID as h4 ID, and let me make the color aqua. Oh, my aqua always. So like so. Now let me save this, and let's see what gets applied actually. This is an h4. Why does it get applied? Is it because this one is on the last line? Well, maybe so, but let's see. Let me take this off and put it at the beginning here, okay, and then save this and refresh. We still have the same thing. Why? That is because when you use an ID selector, it is more specific than the class selector, and then the class selector is more specific than the type selector. All right, so that means if we remove this ID here, the styling on the ID, and leave just, oh no, let's remove the styling on the ID, like so, and leave just the style and type selector, and refresh. We're going to have the color to be red, and that's because the class selector is more specific than the h4. So this is not a case of order. First of all, you have to talk about the specific or the specificity of the selector, then you can now look at order. So This is just a case of determining what styling gets applied when you have the same sort of styling applied on an HTML element. So in this case, you can see that we're applying the same styling, color. So, but which one gets applied? Is it this one here or this one? Is it the blue or red? So that is determined by how specific they are. Okay, and let me Ctrl S this. Now you see that by order, we're supposed to have it that the H4 should be applied on this, since the CSS first of all reads this one, all right, and then it reads this one, and then reads this one. So the color is supposed to be blue, but no, we're going to have the color as red. Let me save this. I've saved and refresh. So we still have red, and that is because class selectors are more specific than type selector. Talking about specificity, we're still going to talk about how that affects styling. So that is specificity for you. And so you talk about that when you have, or when you're targeting the same HTML element or tag using either the class, the ID, or the type. In this case, we have the type. Here we have the class. All right. And then the ID, I deleted the ID, I guess. So let me type that again. H4ID, H4ID, like so. Color, oh no, it's supposed to be in curly braces, right? Color, oh no, I can't spell color this time, of aqua. So now we understand specificity, right? So ID will always take precedence, then followed by class, and then followed by the type, like so. I save this file and preview again. I'm going to have aqua, like so. This is an H4. Now, next up, let's see how we can actually combine HTML selectors. Remember, what are selectors? Selectors are just these things here, either the ID selector, or the class selector, or the type selector, or the pseudo selector, attributes selector, and so on and so forth. Now we're going to see how we can actually combine selectors to select specifically a given HTML element on the page. We shall still talk about specificity and how to calculate specificity of a given. We shall still visit this specificity once more, and then at that point we shall calculate or learn how to actually determine by looking at the codes which CSS styling is going to apply. All right, but I just wanted to show that when it comes to the ID selector, or the class selector, or the type selector, that the ID selector always takes precedence, followed by the class selector, and then followed by the type selector. Now let's see how we can combine selectors actually to select a given HTML element. I'm going to do away with these codes right here, say bye-bye to them, and delete the H4 also. So we have a clean slate, and then I'm going to save and then refresh our browser. So we have a clean slate to start with. Now, within my body, I'm going to have an unordered list, like so. Within this list, I'm going to say bananas, just lists of fruits, sort of. I'm going to say li, apples, and then my favorite fruits, oranges, like so. Okay, and I'm going to save this file, refresh, and here we are. So in our style, we want to say ul, okay, and we want to say li. So what we're saying here is that we want to select any li that is inside of this ul, right? Any li that has a parent of ul. Okay, so, and we want to say let the color be aqua, and save. Let's refresh and see what we got. Okay, all of them changed. All right, and why is that so? Because all the li's here are inside of the ul tag, and so this is what we said here. All right, select all the li's inside of the ul, simply like that. Okay, now we can also say add on the pseudo class selectors. Then we say colon, let's say hover, and save. So what does this mean? This means that any li that is within this ul, that has a parent of UL, when we hover around it, the color should be this. So let's Ctrl S. Now they returned, right? But when we hover around them, they change, right? You can see. So that's what this is doing. So you can see how we're combining selectors to actually improve our stylings. Now, what if within this UL, or let me delete this UL and instead introduce a div tag like so. And within this div, I'm going to have UL like we had initially, the LIs, bananas. I thought I copied that, but I didn't. So let's go ahead and rewrite them again. LI oranges and LI apples. Oh no, I can't spell apples. Like so, and refresh. So we have this, all right? And when we still hover around it, it changes because we still have this code. Okay, but what if we now say down here, let's introduce another div, or let's have an unordered list, another one outside of the div. So remember, instead of this body, we have this first div, all right? And then down here, we have a UL that is outside of this first div, but within the body, okay? So this UL, take on the LI, and let me give names of some people that I know. Let me say Dominic, like so, and let me say Francis, like so, and let me say IJ, like so. Okay, so let me save this and we'll refresh, and we have this, all right? So you can still see that these stylings are applying to both this one and this one. We have a div, and within the div we have this unordered list, and outside of that div we now have this UL. Okay, but the both stylings are applying to all of the unordered lists, because that's what we're saying here. We said any list at all that has a parent of UL, and these lists have a parent UL. This list have a parent UL. It doesn't matter where they are, but as long as the lists are inside or have a parent of UL. But what if we will now say div, like so? We put a div. So we're saying go to a div, or let's start from the right. Actually, it's better to read it from the right. We understand it better that way. So we're saying LI. When we go to an LI, but we have to hover over that LI for this style to actually take effect. So from the LI, make sure that the LI is inside of UL or has a parent of UL, and we're making sure that that UL is a child in a div. So the UL can be anywhere in a div, but we'll make sure that the UL is in a div. All right. So when we save that and preview, we're going to see that only this first one will have that effect. Why? Because these LIs have a parent of UL, that's right. And then this UL now has a parent of div. But this UL outside here has this LI within them, but the UL has no div. All right, so this styling is only going to apply to this first set of lists, the fruits. So let me refresh our browser, and we'll see this one no longer applies, but this one still applies. So you can see how we can actually select a group of HTML tags and apply some stylings to them. I want to quickly clear again the difference between having this arrow. This is a child selector, right? So this means that the LI will have to be a child within this UL, okay? If it's not within this UL, then it's not going to work. So we have to have this LI inside of the UL. So any LI that is inside of the UL, and then this UL is inside of a div, we have these stylings applied to them when we hover around it. Okay, so that is just it. Now let's talk more about specificity and how we can calculate specificity. So now within this body, let's have something like a div. Let's have a div like so. And within this div, let's have an unordered list like so. within the unordered list, let's have fruit, list of fruit, bananas and apples, and then mangoes. Okay, like so. And let's save this and preview on a browser. So this is what we have at the moment. Now let's go to style and try to select some of this li. Okay, so we can have div like so, and on that list, okay, and then we'll say li like so, and then we'll apply some styling, and let's just say color of aqua like so. And let me refresh, and yes, we have that color applied. Okay, but what if instead of this li, instead of just having bananas, we want to have span that says bananas? Okay, or maybe we should introduce something else. Let's say oranges. I wonder how I missed my favorite fruits. Ctrl S and refresh. Yeah, we'll still have the same color, right? It's because this span tag that wraps the orange is within the li tag. Okay, all right, so now let's look at something like this. Let me give a class to this li and say class of orange. So remember, this is now an orange class. It has an orange class rather, this first li, and I'm going to save this. So I want to actually target this first li in this code of mine, right? So I'm going to say that div ul, okay, the child of ul, the li is the child of ul like so, and then, but not just all the li, but the one that has a class, the class of that orange, because remember, to use a class we just type dot and then the name of the class. So by this li dot orange, I'm saying a list, an li tag that has a class of orange. So I'm going to Ctrl S and refresh, and now we only have this first one, okay, because we're saying that it shouldn't just be any list, it should be the list that has a class of orange, and so that's why only this one gets that orange color like so. All right, and then maybe we can even say, instead of just changing the color like that, let's add another sort of styling, a studio class on hover like so. So we're saying that an li that has a class of orange that is within an ul tag, and this ul tag is inside of a div, should have this color of aqua when we hover around it. So let me save this file and then refresh. Now the color is all going to change to black, but when we hover around it, it changes to aqua, but other ones do not change. You can see my cursor is over there, but when I go over this one, it changes to orange. Now let me target this same li, okay, with another tag like so. Let's say ul, and I say li dot orange and hover, and then I'm going to give a color of brown like so. So look at these two stylings. They all meet the criteria to actually change the stylings of this li, because this li has a class of orange, and here we have an li with the class of orange. All right, and this li is inside of a ul, right? And this class, of course, is inside of a ul. And then we're saying that when you hover around it, change it to brown. So which one actually gets applied? Let's refresh and see. It's still this one, the one with agua or aqua. I guess that's how they pronounce it. Okay, but when I remove this styling here for a second and Ctrl S and refresh, now it's brown, right? So it shows that this style can actually be applied. So let me return the other one. So, but this one is chosen in preference to this one, to this particular styling here. This one here is chosen in preference to this one. Why is that so? That is because of what we call as the specificity rule. Now let's see how the specificity of these two selectors are actually calculated. We have two selectors here, this selector here, one, and this selector here. Okay, so we want to calculate the specificity, which makes the browser to select one over the other. So let's see how it is calculated. The specificity of combination of selectors is calculated based on these 4 points. One is if it is an inline styling. Of course, if it's an inline styling, then it takes precedence over other sort of stylings applied elsewhere, whether it's the internal styling or the external styling. Now, in that selector, in the combination of selectors you have to check if, or check what the number of ID selectors you have there. So if there is one ID selector, that is 1 point. If there are two ID selectors, that is 2 points. C is the number of class selectors you have present. So if there is one class selectors, you have 1 point. If there are two class selectors, you have 2 points, and so on and so forth. Now, the last one is the number of type selector present. If there is just one type selector present, you have 1 point. If there are two type selectors present, you have 2 points. So let's consider this example. Assuming you have a selector, a combination of selector like this that says div.firstDiv. So this div actually is a type, right? So we have 1 point here, and then this .firstDiv is a class selector. So you have another point from class selector, that is 2 points. Here, there is no ID selector here, so there is no point to give for ID selector. And of course, it's not an inline styling. So this particular selector, this combination of selectors, will now have 2 points. Now let's look at this first div. This one is only a class selector, right? So there is no ID selector here, and there is no type selector here. It's also not an inline styling, so it just has 1 point. So with this combination of selector, when you look at these two selectors, you know that this one is definitely going to apply because this one is more specific. All right, and this is how you calculate the specificity of the selectors. So back to our VS Code. If we look at these two codes right now, you can see that we have a type selector, we have one type selector, we have two type selectors, we have 3 type selectors. So this one is having 3 points, right? And then there is a class selector, which is this dot orange, that is 4 points for it. And then there is this pseudo class selector, and that is 5 points for it. So this one is having 5 points. For this one, we have one type selector, all right? And then we have another type selector, that is 2, okay? And then we have class selector dot orange, that is 3 points. And then we have this pseudo class selector, that is 4. So this one is having points of 4, specificity of 4, and this one is having specificity of 5. Definitely this one is going to apply. And so that is why when we save this file and then go over, refresh here, and then go over here, we're going to see that this one is going to take on this one. So that is how it is calculated. This one has more number of specificity, and this one has a lesser one. So this one is highly specific compared to this one, and this one got selected. Now let's talk about CSS opacity. I'm going to delete the style that we have here, just this one, and then delete what we have inside of the body, just like so, and then save this file so we have a clear slate to start with again. So let's see what CSS opacity is. So inside of the body, let's have a p tag like so, and have our normal lorem. Oh, my boring work again. Okay, so I'm going to spread this and bring this down here so that we can see them all at once. We don't have to scroll, right? Okay, just like so. And save these and refresh. Now we'll see what we have. And then I'm going to come to the style tag and style this paragraph like so. And I'm going to give it a background color of red. Let me say red. Save it, and now we have a background color of red. All right, so now Let's see another way we can give color. Instead of calling out the name of the color, we can say RGB, like so. And so this RGB takes in the red, green, blue values. Okay, so we can have a color or a number for 216 for the red, maybe 119 for the green, and 214 for the blue. And then these values have the maximum of 255. Yeah, 255 for each of the values for the green, red, blue, for the red, green, blue, in that order. Okay, and so we can choose like this instead of typing out just the name of the color. And when I refresh, we're going to have this color instead. I don't really remember the RGB values for the red color, but we can make use of this color for this purpose. All right, the color will change also when you change or tilt a bit the RGB values. For example, if I make this one 199 or 196, for example, and come here and give 109, or let me give 140, and here I give this one 50 or 40, for example. Now you can see the color will be yellow. So when I refresh, it will be yellow, something yellowish like this. All right, so now we can also provide one more value that shows the opacity of this color. So I can give something like 0.5. For example, this 0.5 means the opacity of this color. So when I Ctrl S and refresh, you can see that that color has become slightly lighter. And so that's what the opacity is for. And if I should give it 0.2, it's going to reduce even further. Let me refresh. You can see it has reduced even further. So, and when you don't give it around at all, the opacity value is 1. Okay, it's 1, like so, 1.0. So when I refresh, it's back to the full color. And so that's what opacity is for. So we can give the opacity here. Next up, we're going to see the position property and see how we can actually position or move our HTML tags or elements on the page. Now I'm going to delete the styles we have here so that we can start afresh again. Then delete the paragraph tag we just typed, and then Ctrl S and refresh, and we'll have a clean slate to start with again. Let's come to the body here and introduce the header tag like so. And within this header, I'm going to introduce 3 divs. The first div, the second div, and the last div. For this first div, you can have a paragraph, or let me just write the text directly. So Lauren, like so. So I'm gonna adjust this so we can see it all at once, like so. I think this is looking organized. I just like to organize my stuff. Now I'm going to copy some of these texts so that we can have them within these other divs, like so. Let me make the text in the first div a little bit smaller. So I'm going to delete that much text, and then like so. So I have this third div. Let me just have it say this is the third div, like so. So let me save and preview in our browser. Okay, this is what we have, right? I'm actually going to introduce a border to this header so we can have that outline, right? Let me come here and introduce the style tag. I'm going to select the header like so, and then say border should be 1 pixel thick, should be solid, and then we should have black color like so. So I'm going to refresh, and then you see that there is a border here right now. Now all these divs and the contents of the div are all squished together, and you don't have much space within the box. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give some spacings within that box. So we do padding. We use padding. The padding property to give spacing within a box. We're still going to talk about the box itself when we talk about the CSS box model. When we do that, then we go into details what the box model is and all the other properties that describe the box model. But right now, let me just give a space of about 40 pixels so you can begin to have some sort of idea as to how the box model works or how you can manipulate CSS boxes. Remember I told you that HTML elements are like boxes. So we use CSS to manipulate the boxes so that you actually see that they are like boxes, all right? So I'm going to Ctrl S, and now when I refresh, you see that you have some space within this box. So you can see you have space in here now, you have space in here, here, and here. All right. So for the divs too, I'm going to select the div. Let me do div nth child. Let me use the pseudo class selector 1. So I want to target this first div right here. So I'm going to write it like this without a space here. Remember, without the space here. So I'm going to say for this particular first div, let me say the border. Let me give it a border. Or actually, let me give it to all of the divs, right? Let me give all of the divs that border. So anyway you have a div, the div should have a border of 1 pixel, solid, and brown, like so. So when I refresh, you're going to see that all the divs are now having these borders, right? Another thing I can do is to actually populate this second div with more text for the purpose of what we want to do. So let me copy this part of this text and paste right here so we can have more text. Now, since these divs are all squished up together, we need to provide a way for them to be spaced out from each other, because right now they're all together. So I can come to the div and just say margin. And remember, padding is used to give spacing inside of a box. We're not trying to give spacings within this div, right? We're trying to give the spacings outside of a box, although these boxes are within this header, right? But we want to give spacing outside. So now you're going to say that the divs will be separated from each other. No problem if you don't understand the margin padding right now, because I'm just trying to show you the CSS position. So after this, next up will be the CSS box model. So you're going to understand the margin and the padding more appropriately. But for the purpose of learning the CSS position, we're just going to do it this way. So let me have 30 pixels. So when I refresh, you will see that the boxes will be separate from each other, like so. Now, when it comes to position, CSS elements by default have the position of static. So it means that they just follow the normal order of things from the head or from the top, from the first content. For example, here we have header, right? So if we have any other element right here, maybe after the header, we have a section like so, and we have a p tag within the section that says I am a paragraph, like so. Let me refresh. Now you're going to see it's going to be the next thing here, and it's going to be outside this header, right? Like so. So everything is displayed from top to bottom within the body. So that flow of content is the static flow. So it's just normal how you would expect it, right? So you expect to see this div first, the content of this div first, and next this one, next this one, and so on and so forth. But we can use the CSS position property to actually choose where we want our div to be. Now, like I said before, the default position system is static, so it's just the normal flow of things. But we can have a position of relative. So let me make this second div right here, the one with much text, this one right here, let me make it a div with a relative position, and it's relative to this header. Remember, anything that has to do with relative is being compared to something else. So when something is relative to something, it means you have to compare it with something else. So we're trying to change the position of this div right here based on its position in the header. So let's come here, let's select the second div. Actually, how do we select the second div? We can just say div nth child, the div that is of the child 2. So any div in this body that is the second child will be affected, and so we only have this div as a second child. So this div right here will be affected. The one with much text will be affected. So let's say 2, like so, and then I'm going to say position relative. Let me save and see if there's going to be any change on the browser. Now we can't see any change, right? But then we can say that we want to push this div right here up a bit. So we can say top, we use the top property, but then the top property is used after you must have introduced the position property. You must have given it a position, and so then you can use top or left or right, things like that, to actually move that particular HTML element or tag around. So for this div now, I want to give it minus 80 pixel. This is the first time you've probably seen me use minus. Let me delete the minus and use 80, for example. And so you see that this div will go down a bit. So it means that from the top till this div should be 80 pixels. All right, so let me refresh. So you can see that it's moved down. But if you notice, the third item, the third div, was still in its position. We just had the second div move down. And you can see the space that was created by that div. The space will be left there, because this position now, which is relative, is in relation to the header. So everything is within the header, right? It's relative to the header. So it just moves down. Now, if I give it the value of minus 80, it means it's going to move up, right? It's going to move up. So you can see that it moves up. And then you can even see that if it overlapped with the first div. So this is how you can move content around. And remember, for relative, the space, original space occupied by that item that you're moving, will be left there when it comes to relative position. So this is all about CSS position for relative. Now let's say the position of fixed. I'm going to select the third div and child 3, like so. I'm trying to target this third div, right? So I want to give it a position of fixed, not inherit, fixed. So let me save this and refresh and see if there is going to be any change. Oh yeah, it has already started moving, right? But then, since we did not give it an offset, that is, where is it going to be aligned to, where is it going to be, it's just stuck here. But I can say that the top or left, let me first of all give left position should be 0. That means I'm trying to talk about the spacing from here to here. I don't want any space to be there. So you're going to say that this third div will move closer to the border when I refresh this page. So you can say it's moved closer to the border. Now, what if I give it a top of 90 VH? So this is the first time you've seen me use this VH, probably. This stands for viewport height. And viewport height is talking about this browser's window, the height of this browser's window, actually, not the height of the content of the HTML page itself. Because if you want to talk about the HTML page itself, it's just what you have here, the height created by the content within the body, which will stop somewhere around here because we just have a header and a section. But viewport height is from top to bottom of the website or the browser's window that you're seeing. So I'm saying here, by writing this style, that this third div should come down here. 100 viewport height means the last point of this browser, right? So if I should give a top of 100, let me give a top of 100 first of all. We'll most likely not see this third div. Let me refresh. It's gone. That's because it's on the last point. But let me give something like 90 so that we're able to see it. 100 is something like 100% all of the viewport height. All right. So we're saying that by giving that 100 initially, we're saying that it should be down there, and so that's what we're not able to see. But if we was to give it something like 90 VH, that is 90 V height of viewport height, we're saying that it should be somewhere around here, right? Because 90 is close to 100. If 100 takes you to the last point, it means that 90 will be somewhere around here, right? So let me save and refresh. So you can see that 90 has taken this third div here. If I were to give 97, you see that it's going to move further down. Oh, now it's gone again. So let me give 95 and save. Okay, now we can see that it's just here. All right, and this position of fixed right here is just based on the browser's window, so it has nothing to do with where the div was originally at. So it means that even if you have more content within this page, this third div will always be here. So let's go down here. For example, let me copy this, or let me just come down here and create some other HTML tags and just populate it with paragraph and say this and post this, and then another one, give a p tag and paste this and paste more, so that we have more content on the web page, right? I'm gonna paste more text in here, give more, let me give more, like so. So let me save this and refresh. Okay, we're having this text, but it's not just enough, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust this browser window a bit so that the text can come down a bit. Oh, okay, there's still not enough, so maybe I should give more p tags, right? So that we can just fill up our web page. So let me Control C every of the p tag and Control V, come down, Control V. So we have a lot of text right now. So let me refresh the browser. So yes, you can see we have a lot of text, and now we're able to scroll, right? Because there are a lot of text on this page. If you notice, this third div is still here, fixed to this position, and that's because it's actually of position fixed. So its position is based on the browser's window, not actually based on the div or where it is originally at. Originally, we have inside of our code this third div right here instead of this header, right? So it's not based on the header, it's based on the viewport height. So we just fixed it here, we just want it to be here. And this kind of styling can be used on some pop-ups on web pages. If, for example, you've visited natural web pages or websites, some very popular ones, and you want to create a form or something, if you click on the create form button, you have a pop-up that allows you to type in your name or password and things like that, like maybe your login page, for example. It can just be situated at the center of the page, and you will not be able to see another thing or do any other thing because of that pop-up. So this position of fixed is usually used to do something like that. So we've seen fixed, we've seen relative, and we already know about static, right? Static is the natural flow of things. Fixed will just be based on the browser's window, so it will just go to that exact position you've given it. Usually when you give position of fixed, you have to give the top or left or right so that it will just be there where you really want it to be. If, for example, instead of saying left 0, I want it to be left 50 pixels, for example, and save, you see that it's going to move a bit, because now what we're saying by writing this left 50 pixels is that move this a little bit, let the distance between the left part of the browser from here down to this place, let it be around 50 pixels. So that's what we're saying. So if you look now, when I refresh, it's going to move to the right a bit. So you see it has moved to the right a bit. So that's just it for the fixed. Now let's see another one called absolute, position absolute. For us to see that, let me actually clear our code. I think there might be confusing at this point, so let me clear our initial codes. Oh, we had a lot of text, right? So let me clear this code and refresh the browser. Yeah, so we're going to start out again, and let me clear the stylings that we have here, like so. Within the body, I'm going to introduce the main tag. So main is just one of the semantic HTML tags. You can use it to give a main content that actually exists on your web page, so that's why it's called main. So I'm going to use this main, and then within main, let me have a div, and then within this div, I'm going to introduce a paragraph, and then I'm going to say, here I am, P1. So this is going to be the first paragraph. Second paragraph, I'm going to say, here I am, P2, like so. So this one is the paragraph 1, and this one here is the paragraph 2. In fact, let me make it so they're together, just one line of code, right? All right, so let me Control S and refresh. We'll have this paragraph here. Here I am, P1, here I am, P2. But let me also introduce another one. Let me introduce another one, another P tag, and say, here I am, P3. So I'm going to target all of this P's right here and just say P tags should have a border of 1 pixel thick solid, and of color black, like so. Control S, and here I am. And let me organize it more properly. So I'm gonna have padding, just so we have spacing within the box, within the P box, right? Let me say 40 pixels, like so. So we're gonna see some spacings in the box. So now we have spaces within the box, like so. I remember these P tags are within the div. So let me just target the div and give it a background color of brown. Let me give it brown. So we have a background color of brown, but now I think this brown is too bright. Let me give another color. Let me give antique white, like so. And then let me also provide a border for this div. Border, like 1 pixel solid and blue, like so. So let me refresh. Okay, so we have the box of the div and we have the boxes for the P tags. Right now you can see that the P tags are just, even though there is spacing within, but then they're all very close to the walls of the div. So what I'm going to do for the div, I'm going to give spacing within the div itself. So I'm going to give padding. So remember, when you want to give spacing within a box, you use padding. So let me give padding of 30 pixels. Another way it can work is that I can give margin to the P tags itself. So margin is a space outside the box and padding is a space within the box. So if I should give margin for the P tags, of course, since they are within the div tag, they're going to have spaces outside of them, right? And another way is to give spacing within the box itself, in which case I'll use padding. So there are two ways we can do this, but let me use the div. Let me give spacings within the div itself. So I'm going to save this and refresh. So now you can see we have spacings around here, and that's what we want. So let me target the third P tag and give it a position of absolute. So I'm going to say P pseudo class nth child 3, like so. And then I'm going to say position is absolute. So I'm going to save and refresh. Okay, now you can see what has happened. It has become this size because first of all, it has a position of absolute. So when you give an HTML element a position of absolute, what happens is that the box will shrink just so that it contains the content within it. Because if you look here, you can see that it also has a spacing, right, that we gave here for the P. That's a 40 pixel spacing, right? But then it didn't stretch all the way down here again, just like its brothers or siblings. And that's because it now has a position of absolute. So it will always shrink, except you now have to give it a particular width. You can give it its own width so that it lengthens. For example, if I come here and say width 70 pixels and save this, so it takes on this 70 pixels. Or let me give it more width so you can see it in action. Let me say 700 pixels and let me refresh. Now you can see that it stretched a bit. If we give it more, it's going to keep stretching, like so. Alright, to cover that, you see, like so. Alright, so but I don't want to give the width, but I just wanted to show you the reason why it's shrinked. It will always shrink if you give the HTML element this position of absolute. To shrink just so that it contains enough the content within it. So you now have to set the height attributes or width attributes for the height and the width. And you can also do that by setting the left and right property or the top and bottom property. So now let's have it as it were before and refresh. And now we're back to this place, all right? So now absolute positioning works in relation to the parent element. So remember, we've made this P tag to be of this position absolute, right? But this P is also inside of the div. So div directly is the parent of this P tag, all right? So we need to make this div of position relative, like so, and Control S. So the position absolute on an element will work in relation to the closest or nearest positioned element, which has relative or any other sort of position property aside from being static. Let me say that again. if we make an element a position absolute, just like we did for this p tag, we need to give its parent element, in this case the div right here, a position of relative so that it works well. If we don't give this position of relative, then this position, this element rather, having the position of absolute, will work in relation to the nearest positioned element. We'll say that in a jiffy. But right now, we have this div to be relative, and then we have this p tag right here to be position absolute. So let's save and see. There will likely be no changes at all. So what we can do is to now come here and say right, for example, and say 20 pixels. So what this is going to do is that it's going to push this thing towards the right, but then from the right end of the browser to where this p tag is will just be 20 pixels. So that's what we've said here. So when I refresh, you see that it's going to move to the right, just like here, and then you see this space around here is just 20 pixels. If we give something like 40 pixels and save and refresh, you see it moves further. If we give something like 400 pixels, save and refresh, it moves even further away from the right. So the space within here is just about 400 pixels. Again, absolutely positioned element, just like this one we have here, works in relation to the nearest relatively positioned element, which is, in this case, is div parent. What if we remove this position relative here, and we'll likely not have anything here? But now let's give a main. Remember, main is the grandparent, right? And give it this position of relative. So it means that this absolutely positioned element will now work in relation to this main grandparent. Look at the structure of the code again. We have the p within the div. So div is the direct parent and main is the grandparent. So now that div no longer has a position of relative, this p tag right here that is absolutely positioned will now work in relation to the main grandparent. So let's save and see what that's going to give us. So if you notice, you see that it tilted a bit. If we were to return this div, this position of relative, from here and give it back to the div and paste and save, let me remove this main to avoid errors, and then Ctrl S, you see that it's going to shift down a bit again. So it shifted. There is no much difference right now because this div right here is just directly within the main, and the div does not have any special styling, neither does the main has any special styling. So it's just going to be almost about the same thing. But then if we were to give the main that position of relative, it means that this div will be working in relation to that main. So it means that it's going to be, for example, 400 pixels away from the right of the main grandparent. Okay, to demonstrate this further, let's give width property to this div. Let's give 400 pixels, for example. Now that I've given this 400 pixels, it means that when I refresh, this div will be 400 pixels in width. So it's no longer going to stretch all the way down here to just be 400 pixels in width. All right, let me refresh and actually show us so that we'll understand better. So you see right now, this div is now 400 pixels. All right, and now this child, the p here, look at it right here, is now 400 away from that div. Okay, is now 400 away from this div. So from here to here is 400. It's no longer from here when the div was stretched down here. So it's just going to be following the movement of this div itself. So if, for example, I return that main and say let the position be relative, like so, and then I remove it from here, and if I let me give the main a background color of, let me say, gray, like so. Now we removed that relative position from the div. All right, and so it means that this child, this p tag, will be positioned relative to the div. But now let's refresh and see what happens. So look at the div, right? This div is gray in color, and let me give spacing within it so we can see that the div is within the main. All right, so let me give padding, spacing within the main box, and let's say 30 or 20 pixels. Ctrl S and refresh, So you can see that this div is within this main. All right. But now that the main is having the position of relative, it means that this absolutely positioned p tag will be 400 pixels away from the main, no longer the div, because this is the nearest positioned element. And when I say nearest positioned element, I mean the element which has a position of relative. Okay, so if there is any other position you give it, if it's static, for example, it's not going to work. It needs to be something like relative for it to work. So the important point to note is that an absolutely positioned element will work in relation to the nearest relative positioned element, in simple fact. So if we were to return this position relative to the div right here, Ctrl V and Ctrl S, so you see that this p tag now will be 400 pixels away from the div, no longer the main. So it's going to come back right here. So this is from here, this is the end of the div, right? From here to here is about 400. And that's just it about CSS position. There is one more called position sticky. Let's see what that looks like. So I'm going to delete all of my codes here so that I can have some breathing space. Okay, and save and refresh. And so we have nothing right here. To demonstrate the sticky position, let me come to the body and give a header like so. And then within this header, I'm going to say, I want to be sticky, like so. So after this, I can have a section and then have some p tags in there with the lorem text. Okay, I think I should copy some paragraphs that I have earlier on so that things become easier for us. Within the section, I have p tags, a lot of them. Okay, so let me Ctrl S and then refresh on the browser. Yeah, and we can scroll a bit, or maybe I should add some below so we can scroll the browser, right? So let me come down here and just add more. So I'm just come here and say, let me copy this one, Ctrl C, come down here, Ctrl V, or Command V if you're Mac, Command V, like so. And then I'm going to save this and refresh. So now you see we can scroll, right? We can scroll a bit. Let me add more even. Let me actually copy this one, Ctrl C, or Command C, Command V, Command V, Command X, and save and refresh. Okay, now we can scroll, right? But then I want this to be sticky. That is, I want it to be up here when I scroll. All right. So I can come here in the styling or the style tag and select the header element like so, and then say position should be sticky, not static, sorry, sticky, like so. And let's give it a background color of yellow, like so. So let's refresh and see what we have. This has a background color of yellow. Let me give some padding within that heading. Let me give 40 pixels like so and refresh. Okay, now we have something like this. So this can just be a header on a typical web page, right? So we want to be able to have this header right here when we scroll. All right, so that's what we want to be able to do. So I can come here, I've added the position sticky, right? And then down below I can say top, let's say 0, like so. So I'm going to Ctrl S and then refresh again and scroll. Now you can see that I want to be sticky is just up there. Even as we scroll, it's just going to be there. So this is what is used to make a particular HTML element just stay there, especially the header. When it comes to the header, stay up there even while we scroll. Now let's see what the box model is all about. So in the box model, we're going to talk about margin, we're going to talk about all the spacing that we've been given, we're going to talk about padding, we're going to talk about border, we're going to talk about width, height, and so on and so forth. As again, I'm going to clear everything here. I'm just going to clear the things I have in my styling and then clear the things I have within my body, and then we can go on. So we can have a clean slate to start with. So I'm going to leave it like this, and I'm going to save and then refresh our browser, and everything will be gone. And by the way, I think I should show you guys this thing. Let me save again and see. Oh, okay, now our styling was gone too. So before that, remember I gave top to be 0 here, right? I could actually give it 5. First of all, let me save and see what we have here. So we have it as we had before. I can actually give 5. If I want the offset from the top to be like 5 pixels, I can give 5 pixels. And let's refresh and see what happens. Okay, so it means that if we have something on top of this header, then when you scroll up, we're going to be able to have this on stick. So let's assume that within this, or before the header, we have a div like so that says I am a div, and Ctrl S and refresh. Now we have I am a div here, right? So but when we scroll up, then we have the sticky still up there, so everything scrolls under this particular header. All right, but then initially we can have this I am a div. So sometimes you can also have something like this on a typical website where they display something, and then when you scroll, that thing is gone, and then you just have the sticky bar right there. Okay, I just wanted to show us that before we actually go to the box model. So let me clean this up again, clean up the body, so we have something clean to start with, right? So I'm gonna save and then refresh this. Let's see a visual cue of what the CSS box model is actually like. Here is a box, so let's talk about the CSS box model. Within this box, we have the content that says I am a cool div. What are some of the properties that describe this box? One is that it has a content, and so this is the content of the box. Another is that within this box there are some spaces, and that is known as a padding. That is the inner space within the box. So you can have the space here, down here, down here, and down here. Here to the top, here to the right, here at the bottom, and here to the left. Now you can have the border. The border is the outline of the box itself, and the border of this box is purple. So you have the top border, you have the right border, you have the bottom border, and you have the left border. The next thing is the margin. So outside of this box there are spaces, right? And so that is the margin of this box. The margin is a space outside of a box. This box could also have a color, the background color that colors it like so. So the background color of this box is actually like aqua. We've talked about aqua a lot, I guess. Now let's talk about some other properties of the CSS box model. Here we have these two boxes, right? Now first of all, you can have a box that is of width 40 pixels, and then it has a padding, and this padding is of 10 pixels. So sometimes what happens is that if you have padding of 10 pixels at the top, 10 pixels to the right, 10 pixels to the bottom, and 10 pixels to the left, what happens is that the box size of this box will still remain 40 pixels. All right, because remember, padding is a space within the box, and so it's going to make the box a bit bigger, but then the box will still try to be 40 pixels, at least as long as the padding you've given to it is not ridiculously large. Like say, give it something like 30 pixels, because if you give 30 pixels, you have padding of 30 pixels to the left and right, like so, and so it's going to add up to the 60, right? And definitely 60 is way bigger than 40, so the box is going to expand a bit. But as long as the summation of those paddings on the horizontal plane, like that is when you consider the left padding and the right padding, as long as the summation is not more than this 40 pixels, then everything will still remain to be 40 pixels. So that's a property called border box sizing. All right, and then you can set it to be content box. Don't worry, when we build our project, we'll still talk about this border box. I think we're going to make mention of it, but just so you know, when you have a box and you've given it a definite width, the width of the box will just try to remain what you've given it, in this case 40 pixels, despite the padding of 10 pixels that you've given to it. So it's not going to expand to be like 50 or 60 pixels because of this padding you've given to it. So that's one thing to note. Another thing to note is that we have a margin. Remember, margin is the spaces outside the box. So on this box, you have a margin bottom right here of 20 pixels. And here you have margin top of 20 pixels. This is the space outside of the box, right? So assuming these two boxes are together, come close together, do you think they are going to have a margin of 40 pixels together? Do you think here should just be margin of 40 pixels? No, when you have a box like this, all right, so the two boxes will merge to just have a margin of 20 pixels. Or if you have one that is larger than the other one, then it's going to take on the value of that larger one. Assuming this one is padding, or rather a margin of 30 or 40 pixels, for example, and this one is margin of 20 pixels, it means that the one of 40 pixels will just apply. All right, so the space within here will be 40 pixels totally. But in this case, since we have 20 here and 20 here, the space will just be 20 pixels. They won't merge to be 40 pixels. So this is one important property to note. All right, so you can see here they merged to be 20 pixels, just like so. All right, and so these are some of the properties that describe this box. Now let's go to our VS Code and actually play around with some of these properties and see some other CSS properties that go along with the HTML box. Let's create a body tag just after the head tag right here. And then I'm going to create a div tag like so. Now I'm going to say I am div, and then let's style up this div so that we can begin to see the CSS box property. So I'm going to say div. First of all, let me give the style like so, and then div. So the first thing I want to do is to give it a border of 1 pixel thick, and then solid, and then black. So now that I've given border is a property like I showed earlier that outlines the box itself. So I'm saying that the box should be 1 pixel thick, it should be solid, and then it should be black. Let me save this and then refresh in our browser. So this is what we get. So aside from this solid, there are some other values that we can give. So let me give dash like so, dash. Let me refresh. Now you can see what it looks like. And in fact, let me give padding right now. So that is the space you find within the box, right? Let me give a padding of 50 pixels like so. And this is what we get. So you can see that the border can be dashed, it can be solid, and it can take on other sort of stylings. All right, I just wanted to show you this dash and the solid. Most people usually use the solid, or maybe use this one if they want something a bit stylish, right? Good. Now let me give a background color, blanched almond, like so. And in fact, let me increase the padding inside of here. Let me give it 250, like so. 250 padding within the box. And let me refresh and see what we have now. So look at what we've got. We've got this much space within the box. So that's because we gave it the padding property. But if you look very well, you see that the border is still very close to the browser's window, right? So how do we do that? And remember, the spacing outside of the box itself is controlled by margin. So I'm going to give a margin property, and let me give a margin of 70 pixels, like so. And now you can see we have more spaces around here. So we have the padding, we have the margin outside of the box, and we have the contents of this box. And look at the border, the outline here. Now it's 1 pixel thick, but we can make it like 4 pixels, and we'll see what that's going to look like. So you can see it has become thicker right now. And let me change this back to solid instead of dash, like so. Control S and refresh. So this is what we have. So essentially we've brought in the basic properties of the box. We have the padding, we've used the padding here, and we have the margin, the space outside of the box, and we have the border, like so, and it's 4 pixels thick, and we have the content. Now if you look closely, you can see that the padding and the margin outside and the border has 4 dimensions to it, right? So for padding, for example, we have the padding at the top, we have the padding to the right, we have the padding to the bottom, and we have the padding to the left. For margin also, we have the margin to the top, we have margin to the right, we have margin to the bottom, and we have margin to the left. For border also, we have the border top, right? We have the border here to the right, we have the border here to the bottom, and we have the border here to the left. So it means that we can actually style or give different sort of stylings to those areas independently. here we're saying padding, right? But by writing padding like this, we're giving the space for the 4 sides. So I can simply say something like padding top, like so, and say 50 pixels and save. Now you're going to find out that we're going to have spaces only at the top when I refresh, like so. So you can see that the spacing is only found at the top. Now look at the left part. Let me give some padding to the left. That same way I can say padding left and give 60 pixels, like so, and save. Now you can see we have spacing to the left. Now let me give spacing to the bottom. For the bottom, I can say padding bottom and say 100 pixels, like so, and refresh. This is what we have. So we have spacing here, here, and here. Now for the right, padding right, like so. Even if I give 10 pixels, 20 pixels, you'll easily not notice it because we just have this very small content within the div, right? So it's not stretching all the way to the left part here. So we're not going to easily notice it. But then we can also give the padding right. So when you have a much larger content, you're going to notice that padding. So we can just say padding 100 pixels, for example. Now let's refresh. You see, you're not going to notice it, but the padding is there. One thing we can do is to use our developers tool. So I'm going to control on Mac, inspect elements. And here we can see some of the properties that apply to this div. So look at this div right here. I'm going to click on the div. So you can see these are some of the properties that have been applied. So we have a margin top of 50, padding left of 60, padding bottom of 100 pixels, padding right of 100 pixels. And so you can find those things under the styles tab, just right here in the developers console. This is called the developer tool. So here you find a set of tools to work with for the things you have on your HTML page. All right, so when you hover around the div, you can see the brown area, just like here. Let me hover again, is the margin. Can you see that? So this brown area is the margin. That is the space you have outside of this div. Okay, and then this blue area is the content area. You can see this area, the one that shows in blue, is the content area. And just inside of here, you have the padding. The space you have inside of this box is in green color, as you can see. And if you look at the computed tab, you can see perfectly the dimensions, the styling that have been applied. So if you click over here for the padding, you can see it shows in green, right? And here you have the padding. That is the space within the box, and it shows in green. If you click here, the 752 by 18 measurement is the content of the box itself. So, and it's saying that the width of this content is 752 by 18. 752 for the x-axis, that is along the horizontal axis, and 18 along the y-axis, that's vertically. So this is the padding. This one is the border. You have the content, you have the padding in green, you have the border. Of course, the border is this one in black, but you see it takes on a different color when you click it, right? And then you have the margin. Margin is the space around it. And because we've given margin of 70 pixels, so you have 70 here, 70 here, 70 here, and 70 here. All right. So border is 4 pixels. Remember, look at, we said 4 pixels here. So that's why you're having 4 pixels, 4 pixels, 4 pixels, 4 pixels. And then for the padding, we gave padding top to be 50 pixels. We gave right to be 100. We gave the bottom to be 100 pixels. And we gave the left padding to be 60 pixels. So here on the computed area, you can see those stylings as they have been applied. So this is just what I want to show you in this developers tool. Let me close this off and we can visit that later on. So right now I want to bring on other properties that can actually be used to define this box. We have margin, that's the space outside of this box of 70 pixels. We can also have a width. We want to give the box a width. So we can say width. Width is how wide it is. So from here down to this place is the width of this box. So I can say width is 100 pixels, like so. When I refresh, you can see that the box width has reduced. So this is about 100 pixels. Also, you can set a height to this box. You can say height of 200 pixels, like so. And then when I refresh, you can see the height has also increased. So usually you don't set the height on CSS box, like you don't set the height on the HTML element usually, because it will just be determined, the height will be determined by the content within the box, how long the contents are actually. So if there was a p tag, for example, within this box, it will go like this from left to right, and then it can stretch if you have a larger content. All right, and then the box will stretch just to accommodate or to fit in those contents. So the content of the box determines the height of the box. Likewise the width, but we can always set the width for some purpose. All right, so it's usually a good practice. So many people set the width, can actually edit or modify the width, but the height is usually predetermined by the content. And this box right here is a block level element, right? This box is a div, so div is a block level element. For inline level elements, you usually have some of these styles not applying. For example, let me introduce the span tag. So let's give an inline level element span, like so, and then say I'm a span. So we're going to find out that the width property and the height property will be ignored by the span. First of all, let's style up this span a bit. So I'm going to say span, like so, and then I'm going to say border. Let me first give the border so we can see things clearly. Border, I'm going to say 1 pixels thick, solid, and then black, like so. And then I'm going to say width should be 100 pixels. Or before I give the width, let's see what it's going to look like actually. Let me remove this and save this file and refresh. So this is what we have. Now let's give a background color of red and save again. So here we are, right? So let me give the width to this span and see what happens. And save and refresh. You see, it completely ignores the width property of 100 pixels. That means width does not work on inline level elements. Now let's set a height to 300 pixels and save this file and then refresh. The height does not work too. So these two properties do not work on an inline level element. But right now, let me give a margin of 100 pixels. What do you think is going to happen? We can have the margin to the left and margin to the right, but the top and bottom margin will not be affected. So let's see. Okay, now because the area around here is white, we don't really know what has happened. Let's look at the developers tool and see. Let's inspect this element. So we go to inspect element, and then if we click on this body, we can see the div, right? We talked about the div earlier, and now we want to talk about the span. So look at the computed. If you come here, this is the content. This represents the content, right, of this span tag. What about the padding? We've not given padding yet, right? Now let's look at the border. Border is just 1 pixels. All right, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. Now let's look at the margin. If you look closely, you can see that if we hover around the margin area, we can see that we have the margin to the left applied, margin to the right applied, but margin to the top got ignored and margin bottom got ignored. So inline level elements, we ignore the top margin and the bottom margin. But right now, let's apply padding and see if padding will get applied on this element. So let's say padding of 100 pixels, like so, and save. So now we've applied padding, right? Let's refresh, and this is what we get. So looking at it, you know that there are spaces within this box, right? You have spacing to the top, and this is 100 pixels. Spacing to the right, and this is 100 pixels. Spacing to the bottom, 100 pixels. Spacing to the left, 100 pixels. And if you come here also, now we have padding, and padding is this area colored, right? When we hover around, you can see. So padding here is 100, padding here is 100, padding here is 100, padding here is 100. So that is how some of this property actually work on an inline level element. And it's so because remember, inline level element, they do not go on to the next line. They're actually meant to insert something like a block of text, a group of text within a block level element. So usually they don't allow the width and the height and then the margin top and bottom to be affected, just like we just saw. So this is the margin again. You have the margin, right? If you look closely here, okay, you see that the margin right was applied, and margin left applied, but margin bottom has no application and margin top has no application. So that is how an inline level element work with some of these stylings. So let me close this off, and then let me delete this span style right here, and also delete the span tag here. So we're just left with a div. All right, now let's see some other stylings that can be applied to this div. Let's say we don't have this width right here, and let's save and refresh. What happens? It takes on this amount of width. And why is that so? Remember, we have margin to the left and margin to the right. So this is 70, this is 70, so the remaining one is the width of this box. But then we can say something like max width of 500 pixels, like so. So what this is saying is that don't go above this 500 pixels width. No matter what happens, don't go above it. So when we refresh, even though this is supposed to be the size of this width after removing the margin, when you discount the margin, if you refresh, you see that it's going to be 500 pixels actually, because this CSS is telling it that no matter what happens, bro, don't go above 500 pixels. No matter what happens, okay? Don't go above. So even if we maximize this, it's still going to be 500 pixels, like so. Even if there are spaces for it to stretch, right? It's still going to be 500 pixels. And min width is saying that, all right, no matter how you shrink and all of that, please don't go below this. So that's min width, like so. Let's say 300 pixels. Control X, Control S. So we have this. Now when we refresh, it's still going to be the same thing. But when we start to shrink this browser window, it's going to start going to 300. Okay, so no matter how you shrink, it says please don't go below 300 pixels. So sometimes we can be browsing a particular website on our phone with much smaller screen, browsers that have smaller screen, right? Or phones that have smaller screen. So bearing this max width and min width in mind will help us to actually make our website responsive, so that on a bigger screen we know the kind of size to give so that everything fits in properly. On a smaller screen we know the size to give so that everything fits in properly. So max width and min width can be used to manipulate all of that to have a responsive web page. That's why sometimes when you browse a particular website on your phone, you see that everything contains in your phone properly and you're able to see everything and use the website appropriately. And then when you visit on a bigger browser like on your laptop, then you see that the screen gets bigger and you're also able to use it. So max width and min width can be used to manipulate the boxes in a way that will suit our needs. And that's it basically for the box properties. So we should bear some of these things in mind and remember some of these property value pairs that we've given here. So there are a lot of property value pairs, like I said earlier on. It's just that sometimes when we want to implement a particular style or functionality on our CSS, we can look at the Mozilla developers and developer.mozilla.org, like so. So we can look it up and then try to search for something that we need. And this has the documentation of CSS, HTML, and JavaScript, just like they wrote here, since 2005. So for example, we want to learn something on CSS and we want to search for, let's say, CSS basics. We go to CSS basics, and then you can say they're telling you what is CSS, and then if there are some stylings that you want to apply and you're not sure, you can actually ask them here and things like that. So because there are loads of styles to give, 500 and over and still counting. So but we just need few of them, right? So sometimes when you need a particular style, you can just come here and search or look it up. All right, so with that, we'll be going over to something quite unique. I just wanted to include that in this course. That will be learning Flexbox. So Flexbox is a sort of special way of structuring our boxes, so to speak, on the HTML page. All right, so it's a more efficient way and is a more flexible way, and that's why it's called Flexbox. So we're going to learn a bit about Flexbox so that when we start using it in our project, we will not be confused. We will at least know a bit about it. And in future video, I'd like to make a special tutorial about Flexbox, and we're going to learn it in detail. But what we're going to learn now about Flexbox will be good and enough for us to actually get started with Flexbox and apply some of the stylings to our HTML page. So right now, let me go back to our document, And let me clear all of this and clear the div here. So we'll have a clean slate to start with. I'm going to refresh this. So next up will be Flexbox, and we'll see how Flexbox works.